Good afternoon, colleagues. We are ready to start the discussions on the eve of the third summit of the Crimean Platform. It will happen tomorrow on August the 23rd, but today, on the eve of this summit, we are meeting here at the premises of the Diplomatic Academy, two thematic panels and one event organized by the Majlis of Crimean people. So, at the beginning of the onset of the today, we would like to thank all the partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Center of Defense Strategies, the Crimean Human Rights Group, Majlis, Media Center Ukraine, the representative of the President of Ukraine to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and the welcoming speech goes to Imene Jabarova, First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, with her welcoming speech. Esteemed colleagues, friends, partners, brothers and sisters. Well, Ola has enumerated already everyone we need to thank, and great thanks go from the MFA to our partners. It's a good tradition now on the eve of Crimea Platform to conduct experts network discussion. So when I was approaching this podium, I had a brief discussion with Igor Panachov, the prosecutor to the Crimean Autonomous Republic. I asked him, so how are you doing? I'm still here. Well, what do you mean? Not in Simferopol, but in Kiev. Aha. So if we identify the main task, why we're here, why tomorrow will held the Crimea Platform, why Ukraine as a state initiates huge number of workshops and seminars and events so that we can return to our motherland, to Crimea, with the flags of the Ukraine and Crimean Tatar people up there. Well, this morning we raised the Crimean Tatar flag in the hero city of Irpin, and we discussed there that Crimea now is 27,000 square kilometers of non-freedom. It's the torture chamber for our citizens who still claim that that Crimea is Ukraine and are bold enough to state it publicly. This is the prison for hundreds of our Ukrainians. This is a military base that the Russian Federation uses to shell our cities from. But also Crimea is the place of strength and power. And tomorrow, hopefully, we'll demonstrate it when dozens of countries, upon the initiative of President Zelensky in the hybrid format, online, offline, video calls. We'll talk about Crimea and Crimea Platform, by the way. Let me remind you, when we created it, nobody believed that it will happen. The architecture we laid there, leadership level, parliamentary dimension, expert network, all this is finished product. And even though the full-scale invasion started, we haven't started our Crimea-related initiatives. The first summit happened in 2021, and I would like to thank the partners who hosted this. Because of the safety reasons, we were not able to conduct it in Kiev. In April this year, together with our experts from the Defense Strategies Center, and the Ministry of Defense, conducted the first Black Sea Security Conference in Bucharest, Romania. So the architecture of Crimea Platform is being finalized. So now in 2023, I can say that all of the dimensions, all of the deliverables that we set ahead of us are working in their business as usual mode. And by the way, tomorrow's summit, unlike the previous two, when our main goal was to confirm the territorial integrity of Ukraine and consolidate the maximum number of partners around this idea, it will have two additional signals that Ukraine would like to broadcast to all partners. That there could be no trade around Crimea because Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine, and it will be up to Ukraine to decide how to deoccupy the peninsula. So these are the two signals that the summit will be run around. It will be for the first time when it will have the domestic track, because the second and third panel, the president dedicated to the future of Crimea. He wants to send out the signal, the message that there will be post-war renovation of Crimea that will make the Silicon Valley out of Crimea, and the colleagues from various ministries will be talking about this because they worked on relevant strategies. The third panel, dedicated to humanitarian policy. Unfortunately, we were all witnesses of the change of demographics at the peninsula when hundreds of thousands of Russian citizens were relocated to Crimea, when the forced passportization of our citizens happened. And this is a broad spectrum of issues that we as the state have to have answers to. And this humanitarian policy block, panel 3, will be offered at the Crimea Platform Summit. It was tough to work this year because of various reasons. Well, firstly, the first summit was attended by 47 countries, even though nobody believed that all of the partners will be there. 59 together with Ukraine, 60 at the second summit. Now the goal is to preserve the partners that we consolidated around us, and the maximum plan is to add 4 more participants. You'll learn about them tomorrow. Hopefully, the summit will be yet another proof that the partners are proactive in terms of supporting Ukrainian diplomacy, which currently is as proactive as never before. It tries to demonstrate that Ukraine is a subject of international affairs. So we work on getting more and more weapons to our armed forces. Second track is isolation and responsibility of the Russian Federation, because the impunity of the Russian Federation since 2014, this Crimean lesson that everybody knows now by heart, we translate it to our broadcasters, to our partners. Don't let it happen again. And the key thing I would like to add at the very end is that I sacredly believe in synergy. I believe all of us are a bit tired because this war started for us back in 2014. It's the 10th year of our fight, of our struggle, and probably as people we feel that we're exhausted. But my minister tells me we cannot let ourselves feel exhausted. And whether I like it or not, I have to agree with him, because if we are exhausted, then we would not go to this war, because this is not the war of our choice. Now, let me quote Asmar Mehmetov, the 14 years sentence received by him, as dozens of others who were falsely blamed to be Muslim terrorists. So he's been imprisoned for many years, and he says that this monotony of lifestyle of his, when he writes letters, reads books, studies his case, which exhausts him, but he says even a droplet of good news gives me oxygen to breathe, to keep struggling inside the prison. It's silent, it's boxed by the prison cell, but esteemed experts. Let's agree that we cannot allow ourselves to feel exhausted if we cannot unite the efforts. And that's what we demonstrate at the Crimea Platform, the synergy, when the government and the civic society together identify joint path. And until we meet in Simferopol, like I agreed with Igor, until then, this fight goes on. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussion today. Thank you, Ms. Eminem. And this pre-day has been organized by the Expert Network, being one of the 3 dimensions of Crimea Platform. Thank you, partners joining us, and Crimsos NGO in particular. Now the floor goes to Expert Network. Ms. Alina Frolova, who is Deputy Chair of Defense Strategy Center, and she coordinates the security track of our Platform. Nastya, back to you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have been reading up on how the expert network delivers. But while I was driving here, I received a couple of calls from my international colleagues and journalists who keep asking me the same question over and over again. Firstly, whether we see the failure of the counteroffensive, and does Ukraine have the resources to reintegrate the deoccupied territories, or shouldn't we start thinking about another option altogether? And I decided that that's what I'm gonna touch base, because I fully acknowledge that it's important for us to recognize and understand why they're thinking like that, and what should we do for them to stop thinking like that. So last year, the predominant majority of international experts and politicians proved to be wrong. And online here today, there are lots of people who were addressed by the representatives of our partnership defense forces, recommending for them to leave the capital, claiming that the Kiev would fall in less than a week, and they were wrong because they were using the mathematical approach. They looked at the strength of our men and material and the Russians and figured out that it's impossible to win this war. And based on this, they made the conclusions that shaped their strategy of passive support for Ukraine. But all of them were proven to be wrong. And so what happened last year has changed the history of Ukraine substantially, because I believe we found a secret ingredient, being the skill how to win by overcoming huge losses, losses of lives of our people, huge numbers of refugees. But we learned to recognize that we have the will, and the words about the Ukrainian will are not just the words that we heard from childhood, but is something that is part and parcel of each one of us. And measuring this willpower is not that easy for those who are not in Ukraine. The military people claim that the battles could be won due to a couple of components: capabilities, logistics, and morale. So, this morale is what lots of journalists are mistaking now when they ask whether we witnessed the failure of the counteroffensive, because there is a large scale political goal for us as the political nation, Ukrainians. And this political goal says it's not enough for us to survive. We want to inflict on our enemy such losses that would force it to withstand from repeating its offensive, so that it will send the message to potential dictators: is it worth the risk? We want to bring back the right things to do, the right things in on the international arena. So those who believe that this counteroffensive is over, that it failed to meet its goals, that it was the last hope effort and now it's time to give up, no. It's a mistake to think about it purely mathematically, and all of us know it's not the belief, it's the knowledge that we can win, because we can measure our willpower now. And I address those Crimean residents, Crimean Tatars, Ukrainian citizens, representatives of all the nationalities who are part of the political nation, Ukrainians who are opposing internally, opposing in prisons while being incarcerated at home. This is your input into our victory. It's extremely important, because when we start renovating Crimea, after our victory, the position of those people would be important, and it would play an extremely large role. And thus, I believe the goal of this event is to demonstrate that we are fully convinced, we're not afraid, we have arguments, and we have knowledge. And the goal of this event is to demonstrate that truly the fate of Crimea would be decided by Ukrainians alone, and to demonstrate that lots of those out there are making mistaken mistakes. The Western politicians and journalists should recognize that the Ukrainian willpower is an inseparable factor of Ukrainian victory. That's why I'm grateful to all those who are on daily basis are sharing, conveying this, demonstrating, analyzing, proving, using arguments. Hopefully, today's discussion will be the beginning for the new strategies with our partners based on studying Ukrainians better, recognizing what is our ultimate goal, because this goal is the result of the activities, and the activities need to be planned from A to Z. So let's start this planning process, and I'm truly convinced that we will persevere and win. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Alina, and the floor goes to Mr. Andriy Shukun, who coordinates the expert network on humanitarian policy, and he is the chair of the Ukrainians in Crimea. Ladies and gentlemen, organizers, hosts, thank you for inviting to this pre-day of Crimea Platform. I remember back in 2021, on the eve of the full-fledged invasion of the Russian troops, and you should recognize that for us Crimean residents, this war started back in 2014 when they occupied the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, and that's when we talked about the need to establish such group which would be named humanitarian policy, even though at that time discussions had 5 tracks. But now, our family, having more than 26 experts in our group, we were giving the mandate to carry out the expertise on the subject matter for Crimea Platform. After the full-fledged invasion, the reinstatement of Ukrainian governance of the peninsula should depend on political decisions. Well, you remember that the foundation of Crimean Platform is 40 plus countries signing the statutory documents, and we will consider the liberation of Crimea only diplomatically. But now everybody recognizes without any doubt that purely diplomatically it will be extremely difficult to liberate the Crimea. Without the involvement of armed forces, it will be next to impossible. That's why finally we started raising this issue at the federal government level. It's being supported by the expert community and the citizens, because humanitarian dimension is a critically important component in the war of senses. They demonstrate why they have the right for war and this greatness that allows them to look down at the aborigines. So Russia as the state and its cultural elite should be excluded from all international decent fora. We conducted 2 events in Ukraine Forum. This year you can see online videos, and we had a couple of meetings with UNESCO and a number of other international organizations with the help of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that arranged such meetings for us. This year, this happened on January the 23rd in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where the working group of the expert network of humanitarian policy experts, Evelina Kravchenko, Podgorna, Ivanets, with UNESCO representatives, Mustafa, after all. and Kiara Berdeski, the UNESCO liaison officer to Ukraine. So this meeting was important for our expert network to share the notice to the UNESCO that in terms of preservation of the historical land sites, we shared and warned how Chersones Tavrisky, Han Palace, and other cultural heritage of the sites could be destroyed at the peninsula. And ultimately, we put down our position on paper and recognizing the threats and risks from the Russian Federation and the territory of Ukraine to those sites, we addressed the international community's attention to a lawful transportation of Ukrainian historical valuables to the territory of Russian Federation. And during the occupation of Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast regions, you've seen other crimes conducted by the Russians when they were stealing our valuables.
Understanding that the activities of this aggressor state is in contradiction to UNESCO principle, we demand that Russia has to be deprived of the status as a UNESCO community member and of chairing this organization. So this was verified by the Ministry of Ukraine Foreign Affairs, and it was also conveyed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. So we very much hope that UNESCO is going to consider this address, and certain decisions will be taken in this regard. So the topic of religion. On the 18th of April, the group of experts of Crimea Platform Expert Network held a rather public discussion concerning the genocidal war of Russia against Ukraine, particularly in the religion aspect. Those who try to study and monitor this topic, starting especially in 2014, especially the community of Crimea have been monitoring the events of different religious denominations in Crimea. And here we are closely cooperating with the prosecutorial office in the Republic of Crimea, and we are provided with all of the crimes committed by the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. You know that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is not just a religious structure, it's a tool in the hands of the Russian aggressor in the warfare against us, against the Ukrainian nation. And we, as the expert network of the Crimea Platform, held a monitoring, did some analysis and presented expert analysis of the activities of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine in Crimea in the light of the national legislation. And we provided this expert assessment to the Committee of the Freedom of Religion and Speech, and it was prepared in order to fulfill the decree of the President of Ukraine with a view to analyzing the activities of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So in a way, we have given impetus to push forward this matter in Ukraine. In addition to this, all of the materials provided by us in the area of religion have been translated into English, have been utilized by the Brits, and some of the first sanctions exercised against the so-called leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, Kirill Gundyaev, were first exercised by the UK, then Canada. And last year, in June, there were intense committee discussions in the Parliament of Ukraine, and the process is unfolding right now to demonstrate our attention and the attention of the whole society riveted to them. On May 23rd, there was a public event organized by the Crimea Platform Expert Network concerning the topic of the integration of Crimea and the challenges in education. We have been studying these matters since 2014. We have a team of Valentina Potapova, Alejo Hredko, Valentina Solarina, who are members of our expert group since the establishment, and in their expert speeches they drew the attention of the presentees to the fact that concerning the children in Crimea, since the time of the occupation, there is a system in place to destroy the Ukrainian identity. And since the time of the full-blown invasion, this has been intensified because the law on patriotic upbringing of the Ukrainian children has been enacted. So they have such discussions as the talks about the important, the lessons of courage. They are all aimed at different military topics. There are already established 128 cadet classes, more than 140 different UNARMY or Youth Army detachment units. So right now, they have more detachments of UNARMY at the Youth Army than schools operational in the occupied territory of occupied Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Also, the Russian Federation has been utilizing the mechanism of demographic ousting of the Ukrainian people who are pro-Ukrainian and adversely encouraging Russian population to come to the territory of Crimea. And they have programs of Zemsky Uchitel, local teacher, in order to replace Ukrainian teachers with the Russian teachers. So we have already finalized our vision to submit it to the executive authorities of Ukraine to overcome the effects of the occupation and to reintegrate the occupied Crimea and Sevastopol in 4 areas: information, education, informational, and religion. And we have to once again assimilate the previous concepts and the developments of the civil society in the area of governmental policies, once again in the dimensions of science, education, information, and religion. So we have to we have already identified different risks and threats that will be imminent during the time of the occupation, with a view to overcoming all of these challenges. We have also developed special recommendations to be used by the executive authorities when shaping further governmental policies aimed at the occupation and reintegration of other occupied territories. This project is being implemented by USAID as part of the project, the Human Rights in Action, which is being implemented with the participation of the Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Association. We also thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the representative office of the Ukrainian president in Crimea, and different commissions and prosecutorial offices in Crimea. Without this interaction, it would be too difficult for us to implement our expert assessment and thus implement it in the governmental policies of Ukraine. In addition to that, all of these functions we organize are public. More than 30 pieces of materials that we have been publicized, not only in the Crimean newspaper, Krymska Svetlitsa, and it was removed in 2014 from Crimea to mainland Ukraine. This is what it looks like, and the electronic options of our materials are also available in the electronic population, The Voice of Crimea, and there you can be familiarized concerning the humanitarian policies elaborated by our expert network. I thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you, Mr. Andriy. So this brings to a close our introductory part, and now we are taking it on to the panel discussions, which are about to start in a couple of minutes. Be reminded that we are going to have 2 panel discussions today. The first one, which is to start, it is titled Steps to Liberate and Restore Sustainable Security in Crimea and in the Black Sea and Azov Seas. The next panel discussion is dedicated to reintegration, that is to say, consolidating the efforts of Ukraine and the democratic world on the way to the reintegration of Crimea. And this will be followed by a special event organized together with the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar Nation in order to ensure the rights of Ukraine's indigenous peoples, the path to successful integration of Crimea. To wrap up our introductory part, we would like to show you a video. After that, we will begin our first panel discussion. Recently, an international forum of the expert network took place. It was attended by experts from more than 19 countries, something that had been preceding the events of today. So let us watch this brief video, and then we will move on to the first panel discussion.
Кримська платформа, вона є
The Crimean Platform is a kind of a technical tool to shape a uniform position in the world. Sometimes this single uniform understanding, which is difficult to embrace for some of our partners, that Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine. I very much hope that the elaborations that will be developed in the expert network will concern not only security issues or the issues which are revolving around the future of the Russian Federation, which is definitely necessary to discuss, but also some of the expert visions with regard to reintegration of Crimea. And if expedient, we will be ready to implement them in the decisions which are being prepared by the Ukrainian government.
National community so that they're not deprioritized amongst all the other crimes which have been committed after February of 2022.
Naturally, we are faced with the issue of liberating occupied Ukrainian territories. It doesn't matter whether it's the east, south, or the Crimean Peninsula, but the Crimean topic will always be a separate target to discuss, because whoever controls Crimea, he controls the Black Sea within. Whoever controls straits, the Black Sea Strait, he controls the entry and the exits out of the and into the Black Sea. Here we are designing and talking about possible scenarios, the scenarios that we have to get ourselves ready for and be equipped for. So the development of different scenarios and recommendations fitted for them, this is our goal, especially in the Black Sea region. When we get back to Crimea, there will be a question concerning what needs to be done to the captives who are being detained in prisons, whether they are being detained there legally or illegally on the basis of the Russian Federation's legislation, whether all of them will have to be set free. Naturally, due to such fora, we can drastically change the policies undertaken by governments, but it's important to convey our positions, to communicate with experts and partners, hear them. And in the final count, in this way, we shape the necessary discourse and convey the necessary message that Crimean occupation is the key to the long-term and stable security in the Black Sea region. So now we are moving to the first panel discussion, which is titled Steps to Liberate and Restore Sustainable Security in Crimea and the Black and Azov Seas. It is going to be moderated by Andriy Zagorodnyuk, Chairman, Center for Defense Strategies. And now we are inviting all of our dear guests and participants of this panel discussion, Mr. Andriy Kostev, Prosecutor General of Ukraine, to come up here on the stage and take your seats. Roman Kostenko is the next panelist. Roman Kostenko is a member of Parliament of Ukraine. Andriy Klemenko, head of the monitoring group, Black Sea Institute of Strategic Studies. He's also a representative of the expert network of the Crimean Platform. We are also awaiting Mr. Alexei Danilov, Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council. Hopefully, then in a couple of minutes, he will be able to join us. So, Mr. Andriy, I'm giving the mic to you to moderate. Well, this is the most complicated thing that I will have to deal with right now. Without Mr. Danilov, I will have to get it underway because he's somewhere nearly in the doorway. So let me tell you what is being planned. In the first place, good morning. Thank you very much for coming. I'm very much grateful to all of you who have come to this event today. It's a highly voluminous topic that we are going to address. We will be talking about Crimea as part of the mainland Ukraine, dryland Ukraine. We'll be speaking about the Black and the Azov Sea regions, about this unprecedented context that we live in right now. We will be talking about 2014, when the world was completely unprepared to the situation, which began to develop drastically and very swiftly, and now we know that the world unfortunately failed to respond to it adequately. And we became witnesses to the situation when both our partners and international organizations were in desperation without consciously being aware of what was going on. And this is something which is still taking place. It's happening. We have to work with it because still, until now, not everyone understands why we have to liberate Crimea, why now, why we cannot put it on stall for some more 10 years, and what way is it going to take place. And most importantly, in my view, in my way of thinking, a lot of people do not connect the Black Sea and the Azov Sea to Crimea. They consider the maritime security of Ukraine separately from liberation of Crimea, but this is wrong. All of these things are intrinsically connected. We cannot liberate Crimea without deoccupying the dryland Ukraine. This will still be an imminent danger to Ukraine. Otherwise, Mr. Danilov, hello. We cannot speak about the integrity of Ukraine without these things, but most importantly, the security of Ukraine without liberating and establishing seafaring in the Azov and Black Sea is impossible. It's just impossible from the general security viewpoint. Ukraine will never become a secure land otherwise. But all of these things have to be repeated the umpteenth time to all of our partners and allies, and I mean the countries which are part of the coalition supporting us with tens of millions of dollars, let alone the countries of the global south who fail to understand at all the strategic context of this region. And they believe, I'm even reluctant to speak about all of the illusions that they maintain still, they persist. All of us believe that capturing this territory is a completely unjustified aggression, a huge number of crimes committed, acts of terrorism, which definitely take place and have been taking place for a while. The war, the second in Europe after the Second World War, all of these things should have caused in the world complete rebuff of all of these. However, unfortunately, it's only a few countries, a handful of countries that perceive it all properly, and they're strong enough to help Ukraine to withstand this war, but not enough to shape global consensus in this respect. So this is something that we have to contribute day in and out. Now I would like to introduce the speakers. First of all, this is Andriy Kostin, Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Alexei Danilov, Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, Roman Kostenko, an MP, the Secretary of Security and Defense and Reconnaissance Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, Andriy Klemenko, an important analyst, an expert who hails from Crimea, and he engages a lot of interesting work, and he will be sharing with us what they have been doing to monitor the security situation in Crimea and around it. So let us get this discussion underway and speak about something which is clear and evident to all of us. We cannot shape this consensus. What we can do is promote it, advocate for it. However, in the world, it's still not evident. Why is the victory of Ukraine not possible without liberating Crimea? So, Mr. Alexei, let us start with you, if you don't mind. Good morning, dear friends. I beg your pardon for the delay this morning, because we have another forum taking place dedicated to our veterans and ex-combatants, the people due to whom we can find ourselves peacefully in this room. Concerning your question, we have to understand one simple thing. The world is cynical, the world is pragmatic, and regrettably, starting with 1991, we have been living under a certain illusion concerning this world, thinking that rights, justice, government, borders, country borders, they're completely inviolable. They're an absolute norm to all of the nations which exist in this world. But unfortunately, the year 2014 attested to the fact that the big ones ignore it. And when talking about the big ones, I do not mean Russia, because Russia has never been big or great. And when on the 24th of February, in February 2014, when they captured Crimea, it became easily understood that this was just the inception of the processes that would follow and take place in the territory of our country. They kept quiet, they were silent at the time when they had to give resistance. I don't know, for whatever kinds of reasons. I cannot quote or cite them or dwell upon them. However, the fact that we have to fight for our land is something that we began to prove and attest to starting with February last year. Of course, the events last year could have developed in a different situation, and now our situation would be different. So the words like we didn't have the army or something else, they are no grounded.
Because if you want to defend your land, you need to do it under any circumstances. And for us, Crimea is part of our territory. I don't know, Andrew, whom should we prove that we need to deoccupy and liberate this territory, which we will, and most likely militarily. And unless the aggressor country will recognize the wrong of its ways and will step down. Otherwise, this will be the heritage that we'll leave to our children and grandchildren, because Russia controlling Crimea would never be pacified and live peacefully. Only throwing it out of Crimea, getting them out of Black Sea, that's what will ensure guarantees for a certain period of time for our country. Otherwise, it's impossible. We don't have to prove it to anyone. We don't have to conduct consultations with anyone. We need to do what we need to do, like what our military are doing, our armed forces are doing. It's all about how much time we have. Is it going to be an uphill battle? Yes. Will there be some clandestine negotiations trying to convince us to agree for peace talks? Yes, such messages will be sent out, but I always quote from a famous Soviet-era movie, "Oh, show me your face." So for the last couple of months, they've been claiming that there are rumors about such talks. But as soon as the clerk from NATO showed his face, well, he received a decent rebuke and response from whole wide world. So it's important for us to get back to the Black Sea shores, not only from economical but military standpoint first and foremost, because unless we have our navy in Crimea, the navy that is currently well, then the Crimea would be always under threat. So we need to liberate Crimea, liberate our Azov Sea, and become great Black Sea nation. I see, and we agreed with that. Andrei Evgenievich, tell us please, what's happening in Crimea right now in terms of the criminal law of Ukraine? Thank you, Andrei, and thank you for inviting me to attend this event, because it's important for us to candidly and openly state our position. That's where our power lies in. And as a follow up to the previous question, our power as the country and as the nation is that we are sincerely talking and communicating with everyone, both the partners that you mentioned who are helping us day in, day out, and will keep doing that, as well as with those countries that are still trying to preserve some neutrality status, with the countries whose politicians talking to us claim that, look, colleagues, it's so far away from us. We are here in Africa. Our people don't care about what's happening over there. But, friends, this war is not only the largest in Europe since the end of the Second World War. This became a global war already. There is not a single country worldwide that would not feel the consequences of the armed aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. None. Not only the countries that are helping us felt this. Well, let's put it this way. They are taking away from their taxpayers the money that they spend to help us, which, as you well know, cause constant political discussions in those countries. Also, there are countries that don't have stable chain supply, food supply chains, because the Russia disrupts those chains because Russia is burning down our crops and fields, reducing our agri potential. These are the countries that, as a result of this aggressive war, were exposed to increased fuel and gas prices. People that were concerned how they would survive the winter. People from the countries that are concerned whether the nuclear weapons would be used at the end of the day. People who felt even the minor consequences of this war. And that's why I fully agree with you, Andriy, and with Mr. Danilov, that we need to stay candid and honest. This world should be based on the rule of law and justice. But the civilized world and its relations with Ukraine often enough sides in favor of pragmatic, if not cynical, decisions. And I'm far from criticizing this. I'm just stating that we can see that, we observe this, and we honestly discuss it. We always claim to our partners that the success of their societies is based on the respect to the rule of law and justice, and that Ukraine cannot be the victim of short-term political cycles that causes the sways in the policies of certain countries. So unlike February 2014, in February 2022, when the full-scale invasion started, after the unprecedented number of the appeals from our president to the world leaders, the civilized world finally has changed its stance and vision. And our goal, among others, is to support and maintain this unity. Because, Andrew, I agree with you and always keep repeating this. The response of the civilized world to the unprecedented violation of the international law that happened in respect to Ukraine back in 2014, the response proved to be extremely weak. And this weakness, this sometimes cynical pragmatism, presented itself in not only dropping all the trade ties, but strengthening and maintaining trade relations with the aggressor country. And that was among the reasons of this full-fledged invasion. Why? Because the aggressor fits the proverb, feed the beast. That's what some of the world leaders were doing in terms of the leaders of the Russian Federation. They were feeding this beast, allowing them to accumulate the strength, and that's what contributed to the full-scale invasion, because the beast did not believe and couldn't possibly believe that the global coalition response would happen. But that's what we are experiencing now. But again, we need to do even more to ensure that this unity, the unity in the fight for justice, it should be like a monolith. It should benefit from a broad fan base, and it should be durable and long, because fighting for justice to all of the victims of this war will take years. That's exactly why what our law enforcement agencies were doing in trying to protect the rights and freedoms of the Ukrainian citizens at the territory of the temporarily occupied and annexed Peninsula, Autonomous Republic of Crimea. This work proved to be extremely important because it laid the foundation for what the prosecution officers and law enforcement agencies are doing now, based on those findings. Now, a couple of messages that everybody is well aware of, but we need to reiterate over and over again that during the whole time of occupation by Russia in Crimea was aimed at discreditation of Ukraine by going after pro-Ukrainian citizens of Ukraine. The cruelty and cynicism of the occupying force knows no limits. The victims became those who are against the impunity and terror at the peninsula. The punitive law enforcement system is used as a repressive tool to terrorize the civilians in Crimea. The enemy, over the course of all those 9 years, conducts illegal searches, apprehensions followed up by tortures, inhumane treatments, and ends up in imprisonments in Russian prisons. More than 180 Ukrainian political prisoners in Crimea became the victims of the occupiers. Separately, let me talk about the political repressions of those who are against the war. From the March 2022, that is to say, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, for publication of the appeals to stop the war, the occupation authorities claimed so-called discreditation of the army of Russia is no less than 300,000 people, and the total penalty is more than 12 million Russian rubles. Any public statements by the Crimean residents as to the need for integration with Ukraine is being cruelly repressed by the Russians. And they believe that the fear of those persecutions and terror, that's why the residents of Crimea are not being demonstrating their position openly, because they live in the land of terror. But we document all those cases, and will prosecute the wrongdoers. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it will be conditional sentence, but it's important that we start sentencing those people already. One more thing to add. From the beginning of the occupation of the peninsula, we have documented and investigated crimes committed by the aggressor. So before the 24th of February last year, the law enforcement agencies had 104 criminal investigations for commitment of 44 crimes and infringements. Article 238 of the Criminal Code, that is to say, the violation of the rules and habits of war. 50 people were indicted, including the executives of the occupying authorities. 4 cases against 12 persons under Article 230. Similar cases have been documented after the invasion started. 69 additional criminal cases were instigated, commitment of 72 crimes under 238 article committed after the full-scale invasion. We indicted 9 persons. Conditionally, we referred 5 cases, 4 sentences were issued in respect of 4 persons. Those sentences became valid. 2 occupying military commissioners that were forcefully recruiting the youth. So-called head of Sevastopol city Yunarmia unit that was involved in propaganda of recruitment into the occupying troops among the kids and teenagers. We can talk for ages about this, but the bottom line is that each of those persons, probably the best way to call them, have already been sentenced by the courts of law of Ukraine. And as soon and when they come to us, they will be placed behind the bars. Thank you. Well, I need to ask you this, and then Roman, I will get back to you. So one clarification question to both of you. This is an international platform, right? So we need to acknowledge how it's being viewed in the international context. So we always claim that our partners are pragmatic. We constantly hear this buzzword, pragmatic. Even they use it. Well, what is so pragmatic about the fact that the criminal law is being ignored and not performed at those territories, because we can only conditionally sentence people, but we cannot prosecute them properly. But that basically makes the execution of law a purely theoretical exercise. But of course, we need to reinstate the rule of law in those lines. But if we follow the logic of pragmatics, then the pragmatism was to stay theoretical. But what's pragmatic about this? Well, I believe that when our partners use the word pragmatism, they talk about tangible results, something that you can foresee when you're going to get it. You can forecast some timeline. That's what's it's difficult for them to understand right now. But when we tell them that the world is based on the international law, that after the Nuremberg Tribunal, the European and civilized world knew dozens of years of peace, enjoyed those dozens of years of peace, and that the world has to punish the aggressor now. And by the way, since the Nuremberg Tribunal times, not a single time country has been punished for the crime of aggression. So it's extremely important for the whole world, so that any other potential aggressors would not be tempted to start the aggression. The world being pragmatic, should place justice and law, recognizing that the law is the foundation for existence, allowing to make further pragmatic decisions. Because right now we are at the breaking point. I will put it in English. Most of you recognize this language anyway. The whole world needs to see now whether we, collective civilized world, we strong or weak. Weak as we were in 2014. The task of our country is to make the civilized world strong. And another choice is whether we're united or divided. The enemy wants to divide us constantly, but those two challenges for us are extremely important to allow us to reinstate our sovereignty as fast as possible and liberate each inch of our soil, including Crimea. It goes without saying. Thank you. You just mentioned whether the expectations are realistic of those pragmatists. So, Mr. Danilov, what would you reflect on this pragmatism? We would not delay anything for the sake of pragmatism, because pragmatism from our standpoint is to pragmatically keep moving forward towards the state borders of 1991. That's the only pragmatism we have. If other people have their own pragmatic ideas, well, they're welcome to do it within the borders of their own country. Our pragmatic goal are the national borders of circa 1991. If that doesn't happen, we will be constantly under threat. Nobody will be invest funds into the country that has territorial disputes. Something to acknowledge and live with. So either together with our partners, we side with the terrorist state, or the world moves into another dimension, bloodthirsty dimension, with other potential dictators looking and scrutinizing what's going on. So that's why we and partners need to get back to the 1991 national borders. We don't need any inch of others' soil, but our pragmatism is to set the precedent of regaining our territorial integrity and sovereignty. So how could we achieve that?
In other words, amongst our friends and partners, there are many who have this weakness to display because they fail to understand how we will deliver on our task, how our strategy will be implemented. Clearly, that it's impossible to pursue a diplomatic pathway in this regard, dealing with the aggressor state. So let us move on to the military terms. So, Roman, can you please tell us about your vision of the policies of our country? And most importantly, your military expertise. How do you see the demilitarization and the occupation of Crimea to take place? And then the same question will go to the rest of the panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to this platform discussion, to the invitation. It's a very complicated question, but well, I will attempt to convey my viewpoint. Firstly, we all understand that liberating Crimea is closely interlocked and heavily depends on liberating the south, Zaporizhia and Kherson regions of Ukraine. Without the success in these areas, we fully understand that it's impossible to speak about the liberation of Crimea. Naturally, when talking about military liberation of Crimea, one has to understand that the liberation of Crimea can split into components of military and political characters. And here we can immediately draw an analogy. like when the right bank of Kherson region was being liberated, we can think back to what Kherson region meant for the Russian Federation a year ago, when they had captured the whole of the left bank and virtually captured the only regional center at the time. It was under the occupation of the Russian Federation, and it was of critical importance to Russia, because from political point of view, they could demonstrate a certain success. The success, in the first place, is that they regarded this region to be under their control, effective control, and likewise they thought that afterwards, after holding a referendum, they acceded this territory to the Russian Federation. We also remember, thinking back, what Crimea was, politically speaking, to the Russian Federation. We remember that Crimea, in fact, in 2014, when it was annexed by the Russian Federation, one may say it rescued the political ratings of Putin, because they had been paying a great deal of attention to that. They had been talking about reverting the lands. The slogan "Crimea is ours" became the motto for the Russian Federation, and in fact a ticket to the future political story of Vladimir Putin. So politically speaking, let me repeat myself, it's of utmost importance for Russia. And then talking again about Kherson region, we see that Kherson was also of critical importance to them. However, pursuing this line of thought, when we see the military component in play, when analyzing it, we can also analyze and explore what was happening in Kherson region at the time, last year, I mean. When from the military point of view, the enemy had received the right-hand bank of the Dnipro and made it a foothold for itself, and it was very much important for it. Let me repeat myself, because this opened up the way to Mykolaiv and Odessa. When in negotiations with our partners, everyone could understand that further unification of the Russian lands would lead to Moldova, and then wedging into Eastern Europe. That was something that was an expectation of the Russian Federation. So when the Defense Guard forces managed to stop the attacks and the onslaught of the Russian army near Nikolaev, and they began to sustain to inflict losses to the Russian Federation, I can tell you that at the time there was very little anticipation of the enemy leaving this territory, because everyone was aware of the fact that Mykolaiv was of strategic importance to the Russian aggressors. When we had the wide-range, long-range artillery, HIMARS installations, howitzers, long-range ones, so you start understanding, so this right bank of Ukraine, the foothold for the Russian and the military components. So the enemy and his logistics were heavily dependent on two bridges, the Novokakhovska Dam and Andriivsky Bridge. So this dependency, bit by bit, day in and out, was increased by our forces, because we dealt blows to a huge armed group on the right bank of Dnipro, of the Dnieper River. Of course, there were not that much destruction inflicted on the enemy. We know that, but time came when Ukraine had managed to build up a lot of military mass, and when the enemy, let me put it this way, found a possibility to be encircled. This possibility had been created by our forces. They forgot all about the slogans, Kherson is forever with us, Kherson, come back to the native haven. And they neglected all of their political decisions and took a pragmatic military decision to leave this foothold on the right bank of the Dnieper, get back to the left bank, Dnieper, and assume fortifications and defenses there. So let me say it this way. No matter how it may be, political importance is always attached to all of these military actions taking place right now by the military of the Russian army. So the only regional center had to be left by Russians because they understood that either they could be encircled or they would be destroyed. Now let's get back to Crimea. Crimea, in the first place, for the Russians from the military point of view, because we have already discussed the political aspect of them, it's a maritime base, a sea base that enables them to control the Black Sea region and the Azov region area. Also for them, it's an important logistics hub that permits them to pursue different logistic pathways and send supplies to the mainland of Ukraine and thus prevent and bar Ukrainians from engaging in intense military actions. So in answer to your question, what needs to be done further militarily? In the first place, one needs to understand that in providing for Crimea, like providing for the buildup of our forces on the right bank of Ukraine, heavily depends on the bridges and the connections via the bridges. We know how weak these connections may be every time we have new weapons, like long-range weapons. I keep repeating that these are the weapons even before our forces reach any successes in Zaporizhia or on the right bank, Ukraine, or in Kherson region. Before we get any successes, it still gets them thinking, I mean, the Russians, what's going to happen next. If we destroy the bridges between Crimea and Kherson region, if we ruin fully the logistics that the Russians adhere to, that's the first thing that we have to stick to. Another area where our defense forces and reconnaissance and intelligence forces are working on is the destruction of the Crimean Bridge, which once again, due to our defense forces, is not playing a key role, although a significant one in terms of providing supplies to the occupied forces in the east of Ukraine. After all of this, Russians will be left with just one direction, maritime direction, providing supplies via the sea to Crimea. This is rather complicated under the circumstances that we have even now. Given, for our perception, let me put it this way, it will always be very difficult for us to deoccupy Crimea unless we assume control or establish parity in the Black Sea area. Naturally, we are not talking about the Black Sea fleet. In the nearest foreseeable future, we'll not be able to build the fleet to enable us to achieve this parity or block Crimea, to prevent Russians from supplying its forces there and munitions. We are working towards this goal already, and we have to do it asymmetrically. We see what's happening in the Black Sea region. A few months ago, Russians were in full control of the situation, and the Black Sea was totally in their check. Unlike that now, we remember our missile Neptune offensives when 2 Neptune missiles downed the Russian flagship Moscow, which became the first claim to stating that Russians would never feel confident there, all the way to the attacks on Crimean Bridge and Russian military vessels and tankers. So it all speaks in favor of the fact that it's extremely important for Ukraine. Ukraine claims that we will never come to terms with the fact that the Black Sea will have to be controlled by the Russian Federation. It's true that the war enters a new stage. In fact, all of these sea drones are built very quickly, and they cost just like a vehicle, a car, and we are having a lot of plans towards them, and of course, having the necessary weapons, the technical aspects of all of that, with the help of NASA or partners, we will be able to assume control of the Black Sea. and not only within the territorial waters of Ukraine, not only in the economic waters of Ukraine. We can see that even Russia, in its own territorial waters, cannot feel secure. Therefore, it should be comprehensive measures. I mean, dryland operations, which will still have to be engaged and definitely reach successes. And we have to reach this dryland corridor leading to Crimea. So using kamikaze drones, UAVs, dealing blows on the logistics hubs and supply pathways, destroying military points, their infrastructural facilities, the analogy to Kherson region, everything that had been done when we were trying and when we eventually liberated Kherson region. So eventually Crimea will turn into an island which Russians will not be able to maintain or hold defenses for. And after that, a moment will come when our forces in military terms, will be able to enter this area and start the occupation. So this all has to be done comprehensively and overwhelmingly. We understand that every single drone can carry and destroy a certain object or an asset, but until our GI comes and liberates this territory, we cannot state that this territory has become ours. This is the answer to your question. Thank you very much, Roman. I have a great number of different questions to ask, but first question goes to Mr. Andriy, and then we will get back to you. So, Mr. Andriy, what's happening right now security-wise in Crimea, especially when talking about the vessels, ships? What is your vision? Because the situation is highly volatile, dynamic. You provide your reviews. So can you please tell us, our audience present here in this hall and our online audience members, what's happening there, how the land lies there? Firstly, let me say that the statement that without deoccupying the Crimean Peninsula, one cannot speak about military security, seafaring, environmental, economic, and the list goes on, kinds of securities of Ukraine. It goes without saying. It's a maxim. It matters for all of us, both journalists, public officials, politicians, to be able to convey it, to get it across to those who are standing in our way to fight for the Black Sea. Mr. Alexei has already sent his signal, and we understood what he meant. So let me add, this is our neighbor in the Black Sea region. These are the countries of NATO, the Black Sea NATO countries. These are the leading countries in NATO, starting with the US. I am under a kind of an impression, probably. We so dearly believe that Crimea will be ours. And probably it seems like we are wearing rose-tinted glasses. Yes, it's complicated to believe in that. So let me start by sharing why Crimea is the foundational pillar for all of these kinds of securities. In 2014, when the Russian forces occupied the Crimean Peninsula, in the first year of their occupation, they placed on the peninsula everything they had in terms of missile defenses. Iskanders were back there in 2014, bastions as coastal fortifications they had and installed them. Calibers appeared some 1.5 years later with the military ships of special kinds. All of these missiles, except the coastal defense Bala, reach the coast of all Black Sea nations. We counted all of these radii and diameters. So no security comes unless the Russian missiles are moved out of the peninsula. No security will come to the Black Sea region if, after the liberation of the Crimean Peninsula, we do not install the anti-missile, anti-aircraft artillery shield, sea shield, which will squeeze the Russian Federation in its own Black Sea coast and puts up such a defense and a force of wall that will prevent them from reaching the perimeters of Ukraine and the other Black Sea nations. The situation is really peculiar at the moment. I would put it this way. All of the Black Sea region countries are exercising their right to the freedom of seafaring. Nothing has changed in this respect. Particularly, this right is being utilized by the enemy state, which exercising this freedom of seafaring, while all of our friends, partners, and allies are closing their eyes to it. The aggressor state carries 5 million tons of oil. This is a record, twice as much as it was at the beginning of the Great War 1.5 years ago. Russia transports 4 million of petrochemicals, which is twice as expensive as oil. Carries and transports stolen grain within the last years, together with Katerina Yereska, who is the expert of the Peacemaker Center, expert for the Crimea Platform Network. We sat down and calculated 1,100,000 tons of grain just over the last year. Some 500,000 tons from Crimea alone over the last 8 months, at least. So Crimea can export 300,000 to 400,000 tons of grain, most surely. This is the grain that comes from Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. Everybody knows what kind of vessels they are. They know that there are 51. They know to which Turkish ports, Syrian ports, where they dock. They know that this is stolen grain. All publications write about that, let alone Ukrainian publications. The leading news outlets also inform about that. And when in spring this year, at the Security Forum of the Crimean Platform in Bucharest, we unofficially asked our neighbors and said, why don't you arrest, why don't you withdraw these vessels, just like the Russians recently did that to one of the Turkish vessels, because it's all stolen. There are documents verifying that, fake documents. They said, we are fearful. We do not want the situation to escalate out of control. So this unwillingness for escalation leads to the fact that Ukraine alone, which is a victim of this aggression, which is fighting the aggressor, of course, with the help of our friends, partners, and allies, Ukraine is the only country that cannot exercise its freedom to seafaring. So let me put it this way. The most important thing that we will have to crush in response to the question, which is the core question of our security panel, to ensure security, we have to break down the fear starting in Washington and all the way to Berlin, Paris, and all the way to our Black Sea neighbors. At night, this night, I read a message that the Minister of Defense of Ukraine in Odessa, after the missile attacks, had a meeting with the Defense Minister of Bulgaria.
And Minister Reznikov promoted the idea that is obvious to all of the experts even before the invasion, that we need to demine, that we need to create the mine trawling team to ensure free of maritime passage in Black Sea. And the Minister of Defense of Bulgaria said, yeah, this is the task for 10 years for us, but only within the territorial waters of Bulgaria. They're so afraid that when a month ago Bulgaria and Romania conducted mine trawling exercises and Turks sent a couple of boats themselves, so they were afraid even to reach their 12-mile zone, the exclusive trading zone. So this fear is something we need to address. That's the key, the pivotal issue. No fear, then next year there will be the war of drones over Black Sea because Russians has launched have launched their plans. The sanctions work in such a way that via Kazakhstan, China, and other countries, they bring gray experts, everything. So these are the threats not only for the Black Sea region, but it's the next stage of the war. And our friends, allies, and partners, they also start recognizing that. But for the time being, we are on the path that doesn't bring us closer to the victory. We are on the path that has been dictated to us by the President of the Russian Federation, the international criminal, who is delaying this war, protracting it, recognizing that we run out of mobilization resources in Ukraine much faster than in Russia. So right now, I believe, is the time for innovative, creative solutions, both in terms of international security, maritime security, use of military troops, the development of military armament systems. And as for Crimea, back in 2014, when we left the freshly occupied Crimea, we came up with the first strategy paper on bringing the peninsula back. The major author, the external intelligence colonel, said the liberation of Crimea will start only when the boots of the Ukrainian soldier would be placed on the Ukrainian soil. I don't believe they will leave. This is where the death of this fairy tale evil person lies in Crimea. So they will fight for it tooth and nail. They will kill dozens of thousands of their people. They will be bringing hundreds of thousands more in using barges and whatnot if no bridge would be on by then. So we are on the threshold of the new stage of war, and we need new decisions in the Black Sea region. Thank you, Ms. Andrew. Let's move on backwards now. So, Roman, the military campaign on liberating Crimea. You have described to us what would be first: destroying the strike force of the Russian Navy, and not a large number of boats that we're talking about, maximum 20 out of 100 that have this combat potential. But anyway, this is a challenge. We talked about the bridge cutting off the land corridor, but as a follow-up to what Andrew said about the Ukrainian army infantry troops, their boots on the Crimean soil. So we know that we have limited amphibious landing capabilities, while they build quite serious defense fortifications there. So how could we overcome this challenge? Well, you are asking about military tactics. I would probably tell you how I see it, and probably strategic and tactical military commanders might agree with me. The important thing is whether we have resources available to conduct this particular operation. It takes time to get prepared, and the operation you mentioned is extremely difficult, especially with men and material that the enemy has, with modern technologies. Crossing the waters reservoirs is tough. I was crossing Ingulets River on the border of Kherson and Mykolaiv regions. Back at the time when I was a cadet, and I graduated from the paratroopers unit, so we believe that we're the best, while the pontoon engineers and artillerists are of less importance, which is of course not true, but engineer corps were always like maintenance guys to us, like janitors. But speaking about Dnipro River, which is 300 meters, the narrowest that it is, and the enemy knows about this, and that's what we're fighting and defending right now. Others have a couple of kilometers breadth. So in Gulets River, we needed to create the arrowhead at the Davidov Brod, and that became the key for the enemy to give up and retreat, because the breadth of that river is 20 meters, sometimes 50 meters, and we built the pontoon bridges that lived for an hour, half an hour before being destroyed. So those pontoon engineers, under constant shooting and shelling, they would be relaunching the operation of that bridge. And then what we'll do, we'll use the billboards paper to draw mock pontoon bridges so that we will distract the attention of the enemy. But crossing Dnieper River, it's impossible without having the needed equipment being made available. So since looking forward, we will have to liberate Crimea, and it will be a joint operation, not only by the infantry, by the army. Manstein claimed that the Soviet army could win the war with 2 tanks, and for Putin, it's extremely important politically speaking. That's why this is the operation that we need to get prepared quite well. And first of all, in terms of the available resources, because it will depend on the amphibious landing, air landing, and other special operations. You need resources to make it happen. But the results of all this would be visible when we reach our borders. Because why? When we speak about the Black Sea, it's important for us to reach Melitopol-Berdyansk axis. It's because we will divide the enemy troops there, and the left bank side will be like right left hand bank, will depend on the situation in Crimea, and it's no longer be a logistical hub for the enemy, quite the opposite. So reaching Melitopol and Berdyansk with the available capabilities that we have will allow us to partially control Azov Sea and conduct symmetrical strikes at the Russian territory, let alone Crimea, on their port facilities, which they try to destroy in Ukraine right now. So that's extremely important in light of liberating Crimea. I see. Alexei Vyacheslavich, if it's okay with you, back to our partners. Anyone involved in international advocacy will see that our military efforts in liberating Crimea might cause nuclear escalation. So what's your take on such claims? Well, first of all, let me reflect on what Andriy Klimenko just said. He drew it all in very bleak colors. I see how painful it is for him. We periodically meet and check opinions with him. Well, let me tell you that things will be different. Crimea is constant sunshine, and it's Ukrainian sun that is shining in Crimea, and we'll come back to enjoy that for sure. And what Roman just said in respect of this fairy tale evil persona whose life is hidden someplace, and Crimea is that place where the death of this evil character and there will be no discussion whether it's needed to be done. Of course, it's needed, and we will do it. But as to all those scary tactics that Russia uses in saber rattling, like we're going to use the nuclear weapons, well, then the question should be how come you made Russia a monopolist? And who made those decisions back at the time? And who will be responsible for Russia concentrating all the nuclear weapons from the whole Soviet Union? Well, the explanation is quite simple and straightforward. For a long time, the world lived with the narratives that Russians wrote themselves. They wrote artificial history that they'd sent to Stanford, Boston, and other universities. And when you go to their libraries in order to study some issue of our territory, you will be pleasantly surprised that, as it turns out, we are part of them, that we are like inferior sibling, and since people are lazy and want to study history, but when foreigners visit Ukraine, I always tell them, go to St. Sophia's Cathedral, check what's happening there. Go to the Ukrainian History Museum to recognize who we are. And when they were using those lies, bringing them all the way to the 90s, when they said that it's all about us, creating a very curious political matrix called Eurasia, and 12 countries joined it, including Ukraine. And I keep asking the foreign interlocutors, just show me 1 cubic meter of the oriental land in Ukraine or Moldova or Belarus. None. So he can scare us with whatever. And God forbid he uses the nuclear weapons, then the response of the whole world should be immediate and adequate. And if people keep making others believe that that's not what we observed, well, it's not about the political decision anymore, because other countries will resort to the use of nuclear weapons soon enough afterwards. But I don't believe that China would allow Putler to use tactical nuclear weapons. I'm more than convinced that he received his black mark already. Because it's no longer about the borders between Ukraine and Russia. Thank you, Andrew. One of the potential future scenarios for deoccupying Crimea. So, from land, sea, and air, we enter Crimea, but that's not the end of the security arrangements. It's only the beginning of a very long process of reinstating law and order in the peninsula, because there would be a huge number of criminals who worked with the Russians, the agents and moles and whatnot. So, what should be our next steps, strategies, plans? So what should we do after we enter Crimea? How would we ensure security and safety there, not resorting to only military means? Thank you, Andrew. Got your question. For any ordinary person, it's important to feel safe. And safety is not just the absence of war. It's also safe streets, transparent rules of behavior and relations between the citizens and the state. But so many years of occupation, the legal integration of Crimea will prove to be extremely difficult. Actually, we'll have to rebuild the whole system of criminal justice from ground zero. And first of all, since all of the Crimean human rights and law enforcement agencies at the partially controlled territory, we only have Office of Prosecution, police, uh, the State Bureau of Investigations, and the SBU, the Security Service of Ukraine. So they start doing what they can do. And some of what they do involves investigative actions in respect of the conditionally sentenced criminals. But again, um, our prosecution offices and law enforcement agencies are overworked, overburdened, especially at at the territories in the vicinity of military hostilities. The number of investigative cases there is just tremendous. While other communities that are located farther away are well aware of how overburdened we are, and we need them to step in and help us out, which they do. But back to your question, we need to do it from ground zero. We have the National Police, we have the Office of Prosecution, but these are small contingents of people that are doing what they can now. That's question number one, because this huge number of people should be formed in the way of the units that are able to resolve the needed tasks. The verification of the court rulings that were passed at the occupied territories during the time of occupation. So the lion's share of those court rulings were legal tools of political repressions by and large, but also at that time ordinary crime was rampant. And if the court of law that we believe is not lawful, but it passed the ruling against the murderer or rapist, we cannot liberate that person. So there will be the process of verification of court rulings. So all the transitional justice elements were already formed using the experience of consequences of wars and conflicts at the territory of the former Yugoslavia, broadly speaking. We study this. Our colleagues are involved. We recognize that some of the difficult decisions will have to be made by us. And to ensure efficient reintegration, right after the occupation, we will have to reinstate in needed scope all of the elements of the pre-trial investigative system, investigators, prosecutors, experts, judges, whatnot. So even now, we are concerned with the need to form this cadre of reserve people. We recognize how many we need, and together with other law enforcement agencies, we form this request to be ready when time comes. There are other problematic issues, namely Russian propaganda. It keeps convincing the Crimean residents that they will be imprisoned by Ukraine because they're all traitors. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, this intimidation only strengthened, but it's not true, because unlike Russia, Ukraine is a democratic country that respects the rule of law.
When talking about our criminal investigations, when we have a great number of Crimean top officials, judges, law enforcers, and entrepreneurs who voluntarily or even out of their own initiative begin to collaborate with the enemy and deliver their services, especially within the framework of the defense industrial complex. So they're all being investigated into in Ukraine. And during such pretrial investigations, prosecutors and investigators always take into account the circumstances of the intent and the scale of the damage caused. Therefore, I always require this individual approach to be exercised when looking into these issues. So for us, the priority from criminal perspective, first priority are the people who collaborate with the military administrations, etc. So it's always necessary to send a signal to our Ukrainian Crimeans that the reintegration processes will take place with clear compliance and adherence to the human rights, because for us the principle of the rule of law is not void. For us, the armed forces and our heroes are dying and laying their lives not only for the sake of our land and its liberation, but also for the common values which are shared in the whole civilized world. And to ensure and to make sure this happens, definitely in compliance with the dialogue with the government, with the Parliament of Ukraine, we'll have to develop and design and enforce different laws. By the way, a lot of them are being designed right now. So shall we stay in this hall or shall we go to the bomb shelter? So what is planned by the organizers for this scenario? Everyone can proceed to the bomb shelter. The guidelines are being given. very much for waiting because we had some difficulties, technical difficulties to deal with. So we carry on with our program and we are moving on to the next panel discussion, which is about consolidating the efforts of Ukraine and the democratic world on the way to the reintegration of Crimea. And I'm happy to invite on the stage our following moderator and participants: Tetiana Kurmanova, journalist, chair of the board of the NGO Hromadske Radio, to be accompanied by Olga Kryshko, Deputy Permanent Representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, Valentin Skoratovsky, Director of the Department of International Organizations at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Olena Lunyova, Advocacy Director of the Human Rights Center's MENA, who is the representative of the human rights track of the Crimea Platform Expert Network, and Darina Pidgorna, lawyer, Regional Center for Human Rights, the representative of the humanitarian policy track of the Crimean Platform Expert Network. So please, Ms. Tatiana, as the moderator, the floor goes to you. Thank you very much to all of the colleagues who have taken this time to be here with us today, because actually we are tasked with a very ambitious goal to discuss the challenges after the deoccupation of Crimea. In fact, this is the issue that all of us have been talking for more than a year now, for about 10 years, in fact, now, how we are about to be, how shall we continue living after Crimea gets deoccupied. And hopefully today we will have time to talk through the situation as it is right now in the occupied Crimea, what the governmental policies in place, in fact, towards it, and how human rights organizations and advocacy groups are providing support to the government in the area of deoccupying Crimea, etc. And I hope that we will also talk through the definition of what we and others can offer for the reintegration of Crimea within the boundaries of Ukraine. And let me remind you that everybody is allowed to speak about 10 minutes. We have interpreters working with us today, so would you kindly not speak too fast? And just make sure that you use amply your 10 minutes. So it's extremely important for us to tackle these challenges which are in the way of reintegration of Crimea. And in this respect, I would like to raise the issue which the government needs to perform, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as such as one of the line ministries in this regard, concerning the consolidation of the efforts of international allies and partners in terms of the strategic vision, its vision concerning the reintegration and the occupation of Crimea. So the first question goes to Mr. Valentin Skorativsky, who is the Director of International Department within the framework of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So what role do international organizations have to play towards the future reintegration of Crimea, and how visible are these efforts and efficient? Thank you very much for this question and for the honor and pleasure to be here with you and to participate in this important conversation for the Ukrainian state, the Ukrainian society, and indubitably for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The reintegration of occupied territories, the consolidation of global support in this pathway is one of the most important priorities. It is, in fact, part of our constant narratives which we communicate via our political leadership at the ministry and via all of our foreign diplomatic offices. We work, of course, as a single unit towards gearing global efforts to counteract the aggression unleashed by the Russian Federation in order to liberate our territories and get our Ukrainian people back. You know that the numbers speak for themselves, and Ukraine, without the solid, substantive, purposeful, technical, financial, and other kinds of assistance, could have hardly resisted this aggression so successfully. When talking about in what way international organizations could prove effective and helpful to us, and whether they are our true, genuine partners, are they really helping us? And if we can rely upon them both currently and in the future when we have to deal substantively with bringing order, law and order to the deoccupied territories. In answer to this question, if we look at the international organizations as such, we have to consider their work and operations in two dimensions, probably. Number one being purely political. And here, an international organization itself is not just an institution, but it's more about the positions of its member states. So understandably, this is the platform, the facility to communicate different traditions and the rules of the game. So we're talking about the countries comprising a particular international facility, for example, the UN, or regional ones like the Council of Europe, the OSCE. So it all depends on the position of its member states. And naturally, as of now, we see on these facilities, on these platforms, for example, at the UN, countries uniting around Ukraine and sending powerful signals to the aggressor state that it's time to end up this aggression, that Ukraine should remain an independent, free country within its internationally recognized limits, and its all territory, including Crimea, need to be deoccupied. So what does it mean? If you speak in answer to me, this is not the UN which made this decision. These are the countries voting in favor of that, and of course you will be perfectly right. We, as a team of Ukrainian diplomats, the team of the president, are working on making sure that this issue, the issue of the political presence, of deoccupation and counteracting aggressor, always remaining at the top of the political agenda. And to this end, we can enumerate dozens of different formats within the framework of which Ukrainian and other diplomats are working in order to communicate these political signals. And without that, we cannot move ahead. Right now, another session of the General Assembly is finishing, and in September, another one will start. And a high-level representation of Ukraine will be attending it. And again, this platform will be utilized in order to prove yet again the same signals that it's impermissible to continue occupation, and of course that these territories need to be liberated as soon as possible. All of us know that on the agenda of the General Assembly still continues to remain the point, a permanent point, the maintenance of peace, law and order in Ukraine. And annually, within the framework of the General Assembly, we will be also taking care of the issues which revolve around the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. We are processing, but on a regular basis, the new law, the new order of the General Assembly concerning the occupied Sevastopol and Crimea. The whole team of the diplomatic corps are working on that, and we're so grateful to our international partners for the possibility to work on these most important political instruments of exerting influence on the aggressor. And we are confident that this is one of the most important tools that we must never forget. So now I'm talking about purely political aspects of this work. They're definitely present at the OSCE, the Council of Europe, and numerous other formats of cooperation. However, the international organization is also about a technical expert dimension. So when talking about what an international organization can contribute in addition to a powerful, sending a powerful signal like adopting recommendations. International organizations are huge treasure troves of expert potential and capacities. These are powerful instruments that can mobilize very serious monetary resources, which are certainly necessary to our country for integration, for the renewal of life and bringing it back to the norm. You can imagine last year, towards the projects of humanitarian response, the UN was able to activate more than $5 billion. So when looking at the world map, which can be easily Googled and located on the UN agencies humanitarian response, OCHA. So on the map of the world where the UN and its agencies raise money for humanitarian response, different points of presence of the UN are marked in different colors, are color-coded. So depending on the rate of filling the budget that the UN expects to raise, which it believes to be necessary for particular locale. So on this map of the world, there were only 2 green spots remaining. That is to say, the spots where fundraising was exceeding the rate. This is Ukraine and another country, which lies more to the south of the equator. So what does it mean? It means that the results, the outputs of our consolidation, diplomatic work, political work, including with our international partners within the fora of international organizations, reaches the targets that we set, and the UN gets from donors, from our friends and global partners, facilities to respond to these humanitarian situations. But in practice, within the time since the full-scale invasion, about 20 million people managed to receive targeted financial support offered by different international organizations. So in answer to your question whether we can rely on international organizations, we definitely can. Whether in our society is any mistrust in international organizations, yes, I can also respond to this. I think so too. So how can these 2 things merge, and how can we, on the one hand, be glad that such organizations engage such full-scale, large-scale work, and at the same time see so much unhappiness over the works, over the results of this work within the society? The answer to this question on behalf of the Ministry of Ukraine is both simple and complicated or comprehensive, because we believe it's all up to communication. The super important element of this work, and we always communicate it to international organizations, lies in the ability to communicate both with governmental and civil society. We as Ukrainians have every right to know what is happening, what elements of support we can expect to rely on, what exactly our country can get as expert or any other forms of assistance and help from such powerful global or regional players as different particular kinds of organizations. And to wrap up the block on technical prospects of interacting and cooperation with international organizations, we need to be aware that this is not only about money and funds that any organization can allocate towards implementing certain projects of humanitarian response. This is also about powerful expert work. When one looks at the dimensions or paradigms in which we see a most complicated situation, that's not only a humanitarian component. This concerns our infrastructure, cultural facilities affected, scientific, educational establishments damaged. It's all about the monitoring and analysis of the situation. This is all that is under the mandate and expertise and the operation of UNESCO as an international organization, which on a regular basis monitors the situation, including the temporarily occupied territories, documenting and comprising the comprehensive idea concerning what is happening in these territories. Let me give you an illustration concerning our interaction, for example, with UNESCO. Within the framework of 215th session of the Executive Council of UNESCO, which took place in October last year, for the consideration of the Executive Board, was presented an analytical document containing information regarding the actions committed by the occupation administrations in our Ukrainian Crimea and how that affects the facilities and objects of historical heritage. For example, what they do to Bakhchisarai Palace of the Crimean Khans. It's a meaningful object of the Ukrainian nation, Crimean Tatar nation, which the occupiers decided at their discretion to seemingly restore. And as a result, we have lost a big part, a chunk of the historic structure of the Crimean Palace. In some unknown way, the occupational authorities decided to rebuild and modify some of the constructive and decorative elements of this building. Thus, we have every reason to say that it's already been documented by UNESCO. This is not an only fact. It's not a sporadic fact. It's just an illustration. So it's all about monitoring and expertise for a wide range of priority areas of international organizations, their operations. That's all that we have and can every reason to depend on. And we as Ukrainian diplomats and our venerable friends and colleagues, counterparts, partners from both governmental and non-governmental sectors have to expect and rely on the fact that we will jointly both receive the necessary assistance and expertise, facilitating our work internationally and exerting pressure in the necessary areas in order to push through the desirable decisions and desirable results, just as we are used to it, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Mr. Valentin, thank you for underscoring the role of the international partners, which is necessary to talk about. However, no less important is another priority area of our governmental policy towards the occupation and reintegration of Crimea. And here, the representative office of Ukraine, of the Ukrainian president in Crimea, has also a role to play. And I know that last year we worked on the strategy on the economic recovery of Ukraine, the strategy of the occupation of Crimea. And so now I would like to speak about the priority steps of the government after the reintegration of Crimea, and I would like Olga Kerishko, Deputy Permanent Representative of the President of Ukraine in Republic of Crimea, to speak about that. Hello, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces. It's so fine that there is this event where we can talk about these important points, as well as present a certain token of our work delivered due to the support of various governmental institutions, expert organizations, international experts. Part of these people are in our midst today. Thank you for that. And part of what I'm going to speak about is the output or the deliverables of our joint work concerning the governmental policies. After restoring the control over the occupied territories, the government will have to ensure, firstly, secure and safety, meet all of the humanitarian needs, ensure effective control of the territories, for which reason we have already to established governmental apparatus, machinery, people motivated to go and work in these territories, and most importantly, people who are residing in the temporarily occupied territories need to know for sure what is to expect them, what decisions are to be taken, which decisions are being taken now. When talking about part of our work, our joint work at that, let me dwell on three aspects which revolve around three different dimensions. You have partially alluded to that, the first one being important steps which will ensure reintegration. So this is all about our work towards fulfillment of the order issued by the president, which started in September last year, and with the help of different representatives of executive authorities, ministries, law enforcement agencies, civil society organizations, and experts, we began to work over different areas of work. This document is rather large. It's not promulgated, but the 10 steps, major 10 steps, have already been promulgated on our site, and you can familiarize yourselves with that.
So renovation of public authority is something that we are discussing now, how to reinstate our statehood authority at the deoccupied territories. The cadre reserves is another area where we launched the pilot under the auspices of the Ministry of Regional Reintegration. And upon our initiative, we form the cadre reserve of civil servants, public officials who are willing to be employed at the deoccupied territory of Crimea. 80% of people filing for the cadre reserve are willing to work in Crimea, which is quite illustrative. Another area is education that we have launched recently. The High Public Learning School will launch 14 classes for future civil servants or for incumbent civil servants who would like to work at the territory of Crimea. On September the 1st, we'll launch the training program in the Shevchenko University, both classroom and home assignments on various aspects of how to manage the occupied territories. There is another training course on Crimea. 17,000 students registered, 14,000 have been certified already. Quite an interesting training program available to everyone. Another thing in cadre reserve effort, the Association of Lawyers, the Bar Association of Ukraine has supported our initiative on the designing the strategy paper on the bar association's involvement in post-war Crimean life. So thank you, all of those who supported this initiative. The second document, the Strategy of Economic Renewal, a joint product of the Kiev School of Economy, the Center of Strategic Defense Strategies, and the Ministry of Regional Reintegration. So this strategy reflects on a number of federal and local projects to be carried out in Crimea. Among large-scale ones, relaunching the operation of a large airport, building highways, creating an ecologically clean energy grid that would make Crimea energy independent. As for local projects, the local arts and crafts, support of Crimean Tatar people, their cultural and ethnical crafts present in Crimea for a long time, but not now, unfortunately. Establishing urban parks, one of the presidential projects that are being carried out here in mainland Ukraine, and we have ideas how to launch it in Crimea as well. We are ready to sign the Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Reintegration. Tomorrow we'll launch the platform called We Build Ukraine. This is the platform where business that declares its willingness to operate and rebuild Crimea will become a signatory party of this memorandum, which will open tomorrow, and you can start putting signatures tomorrow. So business, together with line ministries, will join their efforts to fundraise and to think about the pipeline of projects. Cognitive deoccupation topic is all about fighting a negative phenomenon happening all this time in Crimea: militarization, tremendous propaganda, alienation of our citizens from understanding the realities of the mainland Ukraine, what reforms happened, working with the values, and we have a task force established joining our partners, friends, experts, civil servants who together are identifying what could be done starting now. That's it from me. Thank you, Olga. Speaking about the national policy on temporarily occupied territories, we constantly need to remind and reiterate the synergy between the government and NGOs, because it's the proactive civic society activists who were reacting to the crisis among the first during 2014 events and at the time of the full-scale invasion already. So what we need to stress out here is that systemic changes won't happen without the synergy of efforts between the government and the NGOs. So the advocacy directed of Zmina NGO, Olena Lenyova, advocacy director of the Human Rights Center Zmina, the human rights track of the Crimean Platform Expert Network, a representative will share with us what's being done by this expert network and what do you believe the state should do to reintegrate the residents of the temporarily occupied Crimea? Thank you for this question, Tatiana. Hello, colleagues. It's important to state straight away that the government could start doing something even now without waiting for full occupation of Crimea. And those reintegration steps are very diverse. As we can see, in terms of the planning efforts, we heard Prosecutor General in the morning panel that they start calculating how many people, manpower they need to have employed in the occupied territories for the prosecution office to operate. But endless number of questions that Ukraine will face after the occupation of Crimea, will those problems and challenges would be similar to the residents of both Donbas and Crimea. So the vision of reintegration of temporary territories should be offered to everyone, but with slight peculiarities. And something that we can observe even now, because Crimea, after the occupation, has been illegally included into the financial, economic, and educational environment of the Russian Federation. Our job is to bring Crimea fully back into the legal environment of Ukraine, but also to ensure a level of ability to foresee that their lifestyle would not become worse after the occupation. I'm talking about the residents of Crimea, something that needs to be communicated both domestically and internationally. And the first stage is to come up with the vision papers. So it's great that we have the strategy of the occupation reintegration of Crimea, approved 2021. The action plan has been upgraded, but the strategy has not been upgraded, because back in 2021 it stated the territory of peninsula should be liberated using political means, which is now impossible. It was virtually impossible back in 2021, but now it's definitely not our path, which means that the strategy should be different because it will contain different consequences for the civilians, non-combatants living in Crimea, the collaborants, and others. Back in 2021, we can plan for 10, 15 years, but now we try to figure out what would happen in the nearest future when the occupation starts. For those who fled Crimea, finally it gives our dream some ability to believe that we will come back to Crimea. But this new strategy should be offered at the level of the parliament or the presidential office, because the president has the legitimacy to make it happen. And that's our dream, for the president to initiate it, but the parliament has to strengthen its role as well, because all those reintegration initiatives should be discussed at the parliament level first and foremost. The office of the president claims that there will be legislative changes coming, so this reintegration agenda should be reflected in the parliamentary agenda. Unfortunately, some of the initiatives that are part of this reintegration agenda are taking too long to be discussed in the parliament. Some of the bills are not even voted at the level of the line committee, and this is the problem. It only means that we don't involve the parliament that much in discussing with them what should the Crimea look like after the occupation and reintegration effort. So this is the bill on the attestation and educational certificates approved, and census documents, documents on the birth, death, marriage. So this bill has not been supported by the parliament just yet. The authentication of those records, but ultimately we will have to not only draft those laws but approve them to ensure full and proper reintegration of the occupied territories. Also, we need to think about the political prisoners, because Crimea became a big prison where there are civilian kidnapped people. FSB built the pre-trial detention facility, keeping people there as hostages. Of course, the modalities of how to liberate those civilian hostages and political prisoners held in Crimea could be discussed by the platform. Unfortunately, Russia still keeps seizing, apprehending people and keeping them as hostages. But we need to initiate those discussions somewhere, hopefully at the platform. The Ukrainian criminal law now has the article on collaborationism after the full-fledged invasion. Now we treat collaboration with the enemy as the crime that has to meet our integration aspirations, because the way this article of the criminal code is written theoretically might qualify all of the residents of Crimea as collaborants, which gives you an erroneous idea about the reality of what's happening there. So we need to launch some public discussions, probably alter legislation, and come up with the mechanism of lustration, something that will have to be ready for when the occupation starts. And all this rather be drafted first, probably piloted, tested, discussed, correct the errors and mistakes that might have been made by legislature, because the occupation of hundreds of thousands of people will be the wrong time to do the pilot. I can't claim that this is a consolidated position of all of the NGOs, because they might have their unique positions on some of the elements, but on key issues we have the joint position, both NGOs that are Crimean related and those NGOs that deal with other temporarily occupied territories. So the key steps, the key challenges, they will be the same for the residents of the occupied Crimea as well as the residents of other occupied territories. So the response of the state should take those peculiarities into consideration. but it has to stay homogeneous on key points. But we need to take into consideration the duration of occupation, for how long this territory has been included into the legal environment of the aggressor country. It will impact the future integration, something that we need to start discuss from the educational standpoint, because the militarization of the youth in the peninsula will have to be reintegrated, and the future school curricula should take into consideration that the kids were exposed to the enemy and unfriendly environment for quite a while. Thank you, Ms. Elena. And thank you for giving a general mission and vision of reintegration of the deoccupied territories. But there might be potential conflicts arising after the deoccupation of Crimea. Let's be open and candid in discussing those risks. So, Darina Pidhorna, the lawyer from the Regional Center for Human Rights and the member of the humanitarian policy track of the Crimean Platform Experts Network. Hello, everyone, and it's true, Crimea is being occupied for almost 10 years now. In 10 years' time, the mindset of the residents has changed. They are not treating the Ukrainian authority and people and religion and population present in the Ukrainian communities as their own. This population, unfortunately, has been Russified to the maximum extent possible. And when we liberate Crimea, we'll have to take this aspect into consideration, because most likely we'll face the situation where not all of the Crimean residents will be happy to see the Crimean flag at the territory of Crimea, despite the we formed this vision that Crimea is Ukraine and we enjoy the support of the international community, but we might reach the situation when, after liberating Crimea and reaching the borders of 1991, having our own government there, our flag, bringing the cadre reserves of civil servants, but the residents of Crimea might categorically be against everything that's going to happen after the occupation. They will be opposing reintegration tools applied by the government for, and they will create certain pressure and opposition, which in the future might cause a new civilian conflict or war or escalation worldwide, and once again undermine the norms of international law. To avoid this situation, we need to have the vision now how this might happen, and the previous speakers were correct when they stated that this needs to be done now, and we heard from the representative of the President of Ukraine to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea that such working groups on cognitive deoccupation have been established and are operational, but we need to prepare not only the residents of Crimea for the occupation and reintegration, but the whole population that is at the unoccupied territories, because they will come to the territory of Crimea and they will talk to the victims of occupation. And this will be an uphill battle. It will be tough for all of us. We will be arguing a lot, but we would love to see our country free, safe, and being the Black Sea nation. This should be part of finding peace, something that we need to try and classify who was the victim, who was the perpetrator, whom should we prosecute, both victims and those who suffered should feel that there will be no sanctions against them, they need to trust us, not being afraid of what Ukraine might be carrying out in Crimea, because the laws that are being drafted now and will be drafted in the future, the illustration policies would not affect them. Instead, they will bring peace, safety, security, and implementing stabilization efforts in the region, protecting rights and freedoms of people that a normal country could expect.
We have to be aware of the fact that those people have been affected mentally. They have been so much indoctrinated that they will have to be brought back to the reality. And the government, in cooperation with the civil society, will have to devise such platforms and facilities to ensure this communication, to get together all of those survivors and victims, at least for them to interact with the psychiatrists, psychologists for their therapeutic treatment. These have to be some organizations who will unite both the survivors and the perpetrators in order to go for the symbolic acts of healing that the government and the state has to offer to its population. For example, those can be procedures for reburial or establishing, setting up memorial plaques, pauses of memory, or the lessons, historic lessons meant for the children to be explained to what conflicts are and how we need to tackle these consequences of such conflicts, how we have to live after them, and understand that it's not all about just conflicts. As of now, the government of Ukraine is already implementing certain elements of this stage of appeasement policy. And at the international level, it's already got several lawsuits filed against the Russian Federation. We're talking about the establishment of the possible tribunal against the aggression of the Russian Federation in Crimea. And we have to understand that this has been taking place not just since 2022, but it goes back as a conflict to 2014. So they have to understand that we are not just punishing the aggressors. We have to stand up in these courts, the position that they also have to speak about reimbursing the damages for the people that became inflicted and who suffered and were damaged as a result of this aggression. It's not only the restoration of everything damaged or conservation of what they destroyed or ruined or caused different detrimental actions to. Establishing a mechanism to ensure the rights for national minorities to take care of their needs and wants without fearing for the lives and well-being of their members of family. These have to be public confessions of the guilt, not only on behalf of the Russians and those who were perpetrators of the occupation policy in Crimea. This has to be ensured by all parties involved in allowing all of this to happen since 2014. This is also to be done at the international level, because the international level had to prevent this genocide from happening in Ukraine. This was their direct obligation. We have to speak about the restorative justice when the population of Crimea have to understand that the government and the state of Ukraine is taking care of them, that it wants to promote their prosperity and their growth as part and share of the population of Ukraine, so they mustn't be fearful of just having the Russian passports at one day delivered to them with the Russian registration notes, that they can safely continue their life in the territory of Crimea, and as the citizens of Ukraine or as citizens of any other nation, if need should be. They also have to establish the commissions of truth, the commission which allow the population to speak openly about traumas, about what had been taking place as part of the occupation, where their memories will be preserved their traumas, which are to be passed on to the further generations, speaking about the fact that it should be prevented from happening in the future. So these are institutes of memorialization that need to be established not only in the territory of Crimea further on, but also in the other territories affected by the armed aggression of the Russia starting with 2022. We have certain facilities in Irpin, Bucha, and Izium. When we speak about such commissions of the truth memorialization, putting up memorials, ritual scenarios, when we say that, look, people, such events have taken place, we must prevent them from happening in the future. And these are the consequences of that. So we'll have to teach people via the memories of the survivors, the people who have gone through these occupations. We have to articulate very clearly and loudly about recompensing the damage to the people affected by the events happening right now in Crimea. So this has to be articulated, vocalized, and included in the agendas both at the national parliament and the representative office in Crimea, reintegration and occupation policies, etc. Of course, we have to include that in our dialogues with the international community. The issues of appeasement policy or peace-building policy, just as it was correctly noted by Mr. Skuratovsky, they have an incredible arsenal of specialists and experience and everything that they have had in the previous decades. We had conflicts in Rwanda, Yugoslavia, Myanmar, Cambodia, conflicts. All of these parts of the conflicts are all relevant to the Ukrainian experience, and Ukraine can relate to them in its deoccupation and reintegration policies, like demanding in Rwanda the commissions of the truth in Rwanda conflict, restitutional payments from Yugoslav experience, the policy of punishing perpetrators based on the Nuremberg Tribunal. So we can talk about these background experiences, and the international community can also help us in that, because this reconciliation has already taken place. Otherwise, it can lead to further conflicts. And as part of the civil society, which is just growing up, and the generations who are just being born and the formative years of whom are taking place these days, we want to make sure that these armed conflicts do not continue throughout their lives and are passed on to their posterity. I want to make sure that it finishes in my days and that they can see peaceful years. And I would like to wrap up my presentation with a quote of the Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin, which he made in 1982 before the Lebanese War. The alternative is Treblinka, and we want Treblinka to be avoided and prevented. I say the same about Crimea. We have Crimea. I don't want the second Crimea to happen. I want to stop it today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Darina. And hopefully these days, with our joint efforts, at this summit, the International Crimea Platform, we will be able to develop, in particular, the policies to be implemented in order to avoid polarization of the society, in particular, which you have mentioned, because it seems to me that in Crimea there are many more pro-Ukrainian citizens. This is my opinion as a Crimean. Thanks a lot for hearing us. Now we have an opportunity to hear questions from our audience. The Q&A session will probably let the microphone go through our audience. So please get the microphone before you ask your question. Please introduce yourselves. Hello, my name is Andriy. I'm a student of the fourth year at the International Institute of International Relations. I have a question addressing all of the panelists. In light with the psychological theory, children as subjects of a society are aligned to think along particular lines due to interaction and existence in a certain informational bubble created by the aggressor state authority, something that a lot of experts have talked about today. So if there is, I would like to ask, what is the strategy of social work with the young generation and targeting children? Which methods are going to be employed to explain to them under 10 years old that Ukraine is not occupiers who have come and reclaimed Crimea, but instead Russia was the aggressor state to occupy Crimea. Thank you. Who will answer? Ms. Olga, please. Let it be Darina first. Thank you for the question. In fact, my organization in particular works along these lines in information and educational policies meant for children as part of the humanitarian group of the expert network within Crimea Platform. This has been a repeatedly raised issue with a lot of experts, numerous articulations. Nowadays, at the level of the same representative office of the President in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, we have established a few groups, in particular cognitive deoccupation of Crimea, which will take on board the issues of education, targeting children not only under 10 years old, but under 18, because children are legally determined to be those who are under 18. So these children at present have been traumatized by the Russian propaganda because Russia has very finely built its information space. Ever since their young years, tender years, in the kindergarten, they learn about tanks, why Putin is a god and his portrait is to be kissed. And these children have to be explained to that something that has been told to them and inculcated in them for 10 years is all nonsensical. Nowadays in Ukraine, there is no clear-cut and understandable steps to be undertaken in this respect. However, there is a proper understanding that a toolkit needs to be established at the level of the Ministry of Education and Science, where there is a respective working group established to devise the policies with reference to education in occupied territories. It's hard to undertake the necessary steps. However, we will achieve the target when it's necessary with the support of the government, civil society, and given the experience of the international environment. Because right now, you know that the Russian Ministry of Enlightenment of Science and Education have recently publicized the textbooks on history. We understand it's horrible, it's just traumatizing children, but this reversal will be so painful for our children, not only in terms of their attitude to the Ukrainian government, but regarding the children who haven't been affected by this trauma, their treatment of the children who all of these years have been under occupation. So we have to be mindful not only of the temporarily occupied children, but we also have to teach our current mainland Ukrainian children how to communicate with those kids, because it's only due to this personal face-to-face communication can we get these children back. These treatments are formed not only at school, but also in the environments of their families, friends, television, social networks, and only via the access to these channels of communication can we bring these children back. Nowadays, all of these policies are being devised. There are some plans meant for them. There is a certain understanding concerning their necessary, and I suppose the representatives of the government can dwell on that more. Specifically concerning your question, I cannot give you an accurate response because my representation is of different mandate. But the document which I referred to right at the start, there is an aspect of humanitarian concern, humanitarian recovery and restoration, which is multi-component. It means cultural reintegration, restoration of the work of mass media means and outlets, restoration of civil society organizations, and another component, educational, that you are mentioning. In part, I agree with what Darina has just said. In a certain way, I disagree. If she had spoken in greater detail, perhaps we would have been on the same page. But getting through to the children, of course, it's a multi-component program to target restoring Ukrainian education in the liberated territories. When talking about what needs to be done nowadays, it's all about making sure that we get more and more children out of the territory of Crimea. So families have to go there. we need to provide for the environment for these children, for them to come back so that young families can come back to Ukraine together with their kids. They need to feel safe and secure. They need to understand fully what is to await them, that they will find employment. They need to know that they definitely have a place in Ukraine. They belong in Ukraine and that they are awaited. Unfortunately, this is the only way, from my perspective, to get young children from Crimea. With reference to the occupation, the processes that entails, this is to do with the civic education. So there should be a separate component, which is to cover not only children, but people of different generations and employees in different areas of work that are supposed to know about the processes taking place in Ukraine over the last 9 years, the reforms, like the reform of decentralization, the reform in the educational area in Ukraine. So all of this that needs to be prepared right now. The same goes about textbooks for schools and universities. We need to know what we will write there, where the focus should lie. Once again, with regard to the 9 years of propaganda raging in Crimea. So I can dwell long on the strategies, vulnerabilities, being aware of how badly these children have been traumatized. So now we are beginning to work on these, because part of the reintegration legislation, including what Ms. Alona Lunyova talked about, something that, for example, is going to be considered at the level of the Parliament of Ukraine tomorrow, because we are going to have a plenary meeting in the Parliament of Ukraine to consider draft laws which are part of their integration legislation. It's all about the steps, at least for me, to get the people out of Crimea already and for us to speak about our vision of restoration, what will happen to post-war Crimea. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you. My name is Jan Ruzhitsky. I'm a member of the Youth Council at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The question goes to Mr. Skuratovsky. As we know, the history of Ukraine's interaction with international organization is long-standing, dating back to the time when we were still one of these founders of the UN. And in its time, Ukraine played a huge role as part of peacemaking course in different countries like Iraq, where about 40 our servicemen died when we didn't have even a full-fledged army. And nevertheless, together with the international community, we united for the sake of achieving a common goal. When looking at the experiences of other countries, post-occupation, usually such processes unroll as maintenance of peace, within the framework of which a lot of peacemaking contingents take place as part of the UN or beyond its scope. And is Ukraine potentially considering the use of peace contingents as part of the UN or beyond its format to avoid Russia's veto as a member of the Council, the Security Council that it can utilize? So is it relevant for our occupation of Crimea? Thanks a lot for your question. First, let's deal with the terminology, shall we? If we talk about the expertise and ability to utilize the UN, let's depart from the Soviet terminology of peacemaking and peace building. In fact, in the UN dictionary, let's put it this way, we don't speak about peacemaking. We talk about peace-maintaining operations. It's truly a powerful instrument, and I totally agree with you in that. And Ukraine has respective experience in this regard. We would truly want and love for our territory to enjoy long-lasting, sustainable peace, which in one of the recently established resolutions of the UN, it goes much about. However, we are right now in a situation when the UN as an organization meant for peace-loving nations, as it's written in its charter, is very much restricted in its arsenal, particularly under the conditions when one of the parties to the conflict, moreover, being an aggressor, is not only a member of this organization, but a permanent member of the Security Council.
Це питання технології.
And you responded to your own question. At this stage, ensuring that peacekeeping troops would put their boots on the soil of Ukraine, technologically speaking, it's extremely difficult to ensure. But this is just the beginning of the discussion of the need to reform the United Nations. Not only here in Ukraine, but everywhere in the world, we see that we have to rely on new decision-making mechanisms so that the decisions, everybody would be convinced, would be viable, could be operational, and will stop any interstate conflicts. Finally, the global largest peace-making organization would be in the position to stop the aggressor. Because this is an outstanding question, what needs to be done, but there is no clear-cut answer. Lots of countries approach it differently. We here in Ukraine also think about how to share our own vision globally. So thank you for your question, because it opens up new horizons for us. When looking forward, Ukraine will have its own expert opinion to share with the others. My name is Zlata Tabachna. I'm the student of Foreign Relations Institute, like the previous colleagues of mine. My question is about the youth propaganda at the territory of Crimea. This is the question to Ms. Alena and Darina. We learned that in Alchevsk in 2014, they created an NGO which is called Молодая гвардия, Young Guards, which is pro-Russian propaganda, Komsomol, anti-fascist as they say, but clear Nazi traits and motives present. Are you aware of any other pro-Russian youth propaganda in Crimea? And what should be the tools and methods of going after such youth organizations and prosecuting them later on? Yeah, thank you for this question. And thank you, Ms. Moderator, suggesting that discussing this topic will take not a couple of days, but a couple of years, because the propaganda machine was launched back in 2014. Молодая гвардия, кадетские classes, and the lessons about the important stuff, and the kindergarten classes where kids learn how to drive tanks and dismantle Kalashnikov guns, and the visits to the Russian military camps where they are brought to the shooting range to learn how to shoot, and then they're beside themselves in joy with being contracted into the Russian armed forces. Propaganda is unbelievable, especially if you open up the 9th, 10th, and 11th grades manuals, and on black and white it says universities won't help you in life, but the Russian armed forces will earn 20,000 rubles a month, and no one's wiser. So, militarization of education. This is the report that we did along with Almenda NGO. We learned all those narratives which are atrocious, but somehow we need to combat them in the future. And we need to start figuring out how to combat them. Unfortunately, right now, nobody knows the exact answer how. Because this militarization of education that happens in Russia right now, this is something that has no precedence in the Ukrainian history. It's like what's happened in Afghanistan or in Nazi Germany, where you have the underclasses and when Taliban asked kids to become martyrs. But the experience is not relevant for Ukraine because there it was radical religious position, but here it's the soft propaganda policy, which gradually but surely affects the children's psyche, making them feel that it's okay to commit international crimes. And lots of young recruits are now fighting against Ukraine. So those kids now have been contracted by the Russian military, which is atrocious in and of itself. But unfortunately, we cannot claim that all of the kids who've been exposed to this propaganda are all criminals by default. Of course, they're victims of the propaganda. Of course, they're not perceiving the reality. Otherwise, helps out other nations. Well, these illusions of grandeur, delusions of grandeur, should require children psychologists to be involved in. We need to conduct public discussions like what they did about the KKK in Rwanda or other cultural or information warfare approaches, or by not allowing those kids to be recruited into the Ukrainian armed forces, even though it will violate Article 1 of Constitution of Ukraine, those limitations and bans. But we need to recognize that those kids, to a certain extent, theoretically can destabilize the society with all the narratives that they have, unless the Ukrainian society and the government prevents this by making a preemptive efforts in bringing those kids back to reality, bringing back from the Russian schizophrenia. We are documenting indoctrination and militarization cases. NGOs are doing that, but I don't want us to treat residents of Crimea as sick people and that it's incurable. Well, it gives an erroneous idea that it's once and for all, but it's not true. My mom has been raised in the Soviet Union times. Militarization, indoctrination, your parents have been exposed to all that as well. But does it affect us in independent and free Ukraine? We need to learn what practices occupiers use so that during the reintegration of those territories we need to learn how our curriculum and school training programs should allow us to start this dialogue with the kids living in Crimea. This was a traumatic experience. 3-year-old kids giving a concert to adults, military in military uniforms. But that's how they operate. And this has to be taken into consideration during reintegration. And my take on this is that kids are more suitable for transforming negative experience into some life valuable citizens. Mr. Rafat Chubatov from the Majlis, well, I will be the member of the next panel, but since your panel discusses very serious issues, I came here earlier just to listen to what you discuss. When we talk about the residents of Crimea, please don't stay so sad. Hundreds of thousands of residents remain patriotic to Ukraine. Well, under the occupation rules, of course. I'm not talking about the traitors here, but when you talk about the kids, the defamation of their mindset, start talking about how you will influence their parents. I am from the generation of those who were born of refugees. Hundreds of thousands were deported. This was the traumatic experience, but we were raised in such a way that when we returned back to Crimea, we haven't caused anyone to leave our houses when we came back because they were victims of that regime. Nobody told them that they were living in somebody else's houses. They were operating under the values that claim that you should never go after innocent people, after those who are victims themselves. Yeah, and that's what's being mentioned here, because we as the state fail to protect them against becoming victims themselves.
Now, another issue concerning another category of the Crimean population, which, in my view, poses a particular threat for me personally, for the Crimean Tatars, for all citizens of Ukraine residing in Crimea, including the Ukrainian state and governments, about 1 million colonists who have settled illegally in Crimea. There are different approaches exercised. Tomorrow, the Parliament of Ukraine will have to approve the statement, which has been prepared, as I understand, the lawyers, who, as I understand, also feature in this expert network. I do not know the specific names of these authors, but in part of the discussion of these points, I had my own ideas and perceptions to represent, but unfortunately this was not taken into account. What I mean is that tomorrow the Parliament of Ukraine will have to vote into effect individuals who have illegally relocated to the occupied Crimea will be ousted by way of taking individual decisions on the basis of the international humanitarian law. Can you imagine an individualized decision concerning 1 million colonists? I can't. If they can, and along with that, they are bounded by the humanitarian law. So let's talk professionally in this regard. And it would be very expedient if tomorrow the Parliament of Ukraine, and that's something that we suggested, that the Parliament would assume responsibility to improve the applicable legislation in Ukraine concerning ousting the individuals who illegally settled rather than relocated in the stolen land. For the Parliament of Ukraine to take responsibility to refine the current legislation in compliance with the applicable humanitarian international law. There are dozens of different ways how to oust them, not on the basis of individual decisions. For example, we could recognize their appearance there as a crime and say, or an offense, and say that the Ukrainian state will act humanely and it will just release these people and let them go. And I would like Ms. Alona, Olga, and Darina explain why we are preserving this norm, why we are talking about individually taken decisions, and how you're going to go about doing that. A fascinating question. I did not participate in the development of this particular bill, but the position concerning the Russian citizens moving into Crimea and that they have to be ousted of the territory of Ukraine in a way established by the law, that's definitely something I do support. In compliance with the international standards, at least now, maybe our counterparts from the international organizations will have to say something different, but collective ousting is prohibited. This collective ousting, get your baggage, get on the train or on a barge and get back to the Russian Federation, is not a matter. The matter is about time and mechanism to ensure that, and it's valuable to make sure that the representatives of the customs of Ukraine participate because they will be responsible for doing this. It's great that the government participates publicly and encourages these Russians to leave Crimea before the Ukrainian army steps into this territory. And I think that this active communication and exercise at all levels have to promote us to speak not just about 500,000 such citizens, but about 1 million Russians who came to Crimea, started families, having children there. And I'm sure that there will be multiple questions around that. There were a lot of people repatriated to the territory of Crimea, and before the annexation, they hadn't had their documents registered by the Ukrainian government. There will be lots of different things, and we do have to ensure different principles and mechanisms for that. But the general principle that the people who are illegally settled in the territory of the occupied Crimea, this has to be dealt with at a legislative level. Honestly, I don't know how this can be done. There is a position of our counterparts, and Ms. Darina may speak about that, that the Russian citizens will have to become interns and taken out of the territory of Crimea to the Russian Federation. But this has to be done once again on an individualized basis if there is a decision taken about them ousting, once again ensured by the Ministry of Internal and the customs of Ukraine, the mechanisms and the deadlines. This doesn't need to be ensured on the first day, but within 3, let's say, months, and people have to do it out of their free will before they are forcibly taken out and deported out of the territory of Crimea. These people have to belong to certain restricted categories, the people with the Russian passports, which of them can remain in the territory of Crimea, under what circumstances, with the right of temporary residence, for example. So at least one of such scenarios has already been discussed. Rafat Aga, thank you for this question. I think that we are on the same page concerning this point, because all of the citizens of the Russian Federation definitely need to leave this territory, and the matter of ousting is just the mechanism for the implementation of this idea. When commenting the statement, which is going to be considered at the level of the Parliament of Ukraine, I see 2 points to make. First, this is a statement that will declare a lot concerning the future of Crimea, that is to say, the government and policies around that. You know me, you know my work, and it matters enormously for me. You know how many efforts are invested in order to set out different things in laws. Secondly, I perceive this as an initiative instigated by Ukraine to demonstrate to the international partners that Ukraine is not going to violate any international legislative points, because there is an internationally vocalized position about the prohibition of collective deportation or ousting. So Ukraine is not going to violate this international humanitarian law. So these are the major aspects of my answer in response to your question. Let me specify. It's very important for us to put a stop in the discussion. I can never even imagine that and appeal with violating the international norms. But when the international norms under these circumstances will be creating and generating thousands of challenges. Can you imagine that after all of these tragedies, there are only 13% of the Crimean Tatar population? Can you imagine them living with 1 million of Russian citizens who have come there, and they will be living knowing that these are the people who have stolen their land, and they'll have to live side by side with them. So I appeal with the lawyers not to be hasty, but to come up with the ways to generate solutions to ensure that we attain our common goal. When tomorrow they approve that everything will be done on an individual basis, then a lot of these bastards who have come to claim our land, they will take a breather, they will exhale with relief, and they say, okay, everything is good for us. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a politician. However, I do know that lawyers, when there is an idea which is logical and accessible, they can set it out on paper. Every individual who settles in the occupied Ukrainian territory is a criminal and undergoes punishment from 3 to 5 years, for example. However, the Ukrainian government, being a humane state, after the liberation of these territories, will exercise, I don't know, the method of amnesty or acquittal, and will allow these people to leave the territory of Crimea within 2 months. Unless they leave, then they will have to be convicted, sentenced, and then they will have to do their term of imprisonment of 3 years. For example, it's just one of the formulas. I want to appeal with the experts to work together with politicians, because not all politicians are as bad as the society conceives of them. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Rafat. There were some other raised hands in our audience. Please give them the mic. Thank you. Kakhovskaya Elizaveta, the Association of Reintegration of Crimea. My question is about what are the first-rate steps the experts see concerning the further institutionalization of the expert network of Crimea Platform and involvement of other experts from the countries who are partners to Ukraine. Thank you. Is this the question to our experts sitting on this panel? Because it's rather vague. Yes, as expert, how are the experts planning to develop their cooperation with the partners who are joining the Crimea Platform? How do you see the development of this institution within this framework? Thank you. Indeed, for the team of the Foreign Ministry, without an exaggeration, all of our units at this stage are focused on holding the International Crimea Platform now. And the expansion of the international participation in the meetings of the Crimea Platform is a paramount category of issues for us to deal with. Therefore, we don't have any other options but to pursue this area of work. The idea of communicating to the broad community, world community, of what has happened to Crimea and how the aggressor state is violating human rights in the temporarily occupied territories, and which other acts of aggression and crimes are being committed by the Russian Federation. This is what the ministry is working towards, and you're right, for that we have to involve ever new participants in the format of the Crimea Platform. Colleagues, be reminded we don't have that much time left, so please do be brief. I'll try to be concise. Olga Skripki, Crimean Human Rights Group. I'm not a panelist, but in a way I will provide an answer to the previously asked question and then ask my own question to the panelists. Thank you very much for your active participation, to all of the participants who have raised important issues like Mr. Rafat. We have to exercise serious approaches because this is all about our future life. As a follow-up to what Ms. Valentina had to say, the expert network, yes, it works independently. It doesn't work in vertical integration, but horizontal integration. And our aim is to involve international foreign colleagues and counterparts. We have a lot of organizations, starting with 2025, when they started joining us after the introductory meeting, summit, and now they are working in different working topical groups. And through different studies and research, they engage in this work or they participate in different functions and events. And this year, we are also setting for ourselves an aim to keep expanding. This can be done on the site of the expert network, where you can submit your application to join. My question to the panelists, in the first place to those female colleagues who are involved in the work of reintegration, Olga, Darina, and Valentina, your anticipations, your professional sensations. You have raised multiple issues that have to be the first-rate ones concerning reintegration. Part of them, unfortunately, still haven't been fulfilled, like the acts of civil status. So my question is, recently, has the state changed its attitude, or on the contrary, in terms of communication and advocacy, is it harder to speak about the children, for example, born in the occupied territories? After 2022, is it easier or harder to raise these issues and discuss them? For us as human rights activists, the issues that were of cardinal importance, is it harder or easier for you to communicate about them with the state? Thank you. I will start by answering and sharing the experience that I have, at least. Our organization has been long working with the consequences of the occupation that started in 2014, and multiple issues addressed by us now. They date back to 2014, the issues that haven't been resolved for years. And after the full-scale invasion started, on the one hand, it has become easier to speak with the government because it has to implement and develop the policies. I mean, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Reintegrating Temporarily Occupied Territories, they clearly understand the necessity to shape the policies in the area of physically occupied territories, which have grown in number. So at least this is what we are testing to as we work with them. It's harder to work with the politicians now, the parliament in particular. Therefore, in our joint developments, there's a need to develop a particular facility or a platform because of martial law and how close the parliament is right now, severing connections as a result of martial law. Certain connections between or linkages between the civil society and the parliament have weakened. We may not be present physically in the discussions at different parliamentarian committees. We can do it online, but the discussions with the parliamentarians concerning reintegration have become physically fewer. Physical events are fewer, where we can go, where they can come to and talk about it jointly with us. So there is a certain lack of understanding concerning what has been happening to these occupied territories, because in fact, all of them have been just within the mandate of the parliamentary committee, which deals with reintegration and the occupation of the occupied territories. So all of these points could be raised at that platform. Now it has been rendered ineffective. So from my experience, we have intensified work with governmental institutions. It has become more technological, developing more workable solutions. We have intensified our actions with the representative office of the president in Crimea, because some of the documents have been developed with them that could prove useful practically to implement the governmental policies. But it's more difficult to work with the parliament. The discussions that we engage in with the parliamentarians concerning collaboration is acts of civil status. I would say that there is a certain lacking in their understanding concerning how much and how sorely needed is the necessity to work out solutions to these matters. So the society, they say, will not understand if we speak about the acts of social status, if we raise issues concerning weakening or reconsidering or revising responsibility for collaborating with the occupier state. And I think that this is a fallacious understanding because the research and studies that we have conducted prior to the full-scale invasion and even under martial law, so basically it attests to the fact that when talking about disseminating passports, people understand that this is done forcibly and the attitude is no negative to the people who have received Russian passports. The Russian IDs that identify their connection to the Russian state, we see that the people don't believe it to be a crime. So this was before the invasion and under the invasion. So the society favorably looks at all that. But I think that politicians are too wary and cautious, at least now, of taking any brave or, as they think, reckless decisions which are forward-looking. And from my perspective, this generates serious risks to shape truly a reintegration agenda meant for the occupied territories. Thank you. If I may. Yes, Alona is perfectly right that after 2014 until 2022, there was a certain lacking in understanding of the conflict and the situation of occupying territories. When you could go to one politician and tell that people are suffering under occupation because they're being persecuted and prosecuted for their desire to speak the Ukrainian language, for them at that time it was something like outlandish. They couldn't understand and well, it didn't echo with them, and only after 2022 could they relate to these points because they began to feel it. The whole state began to experience that, and there is a greater understanding of what's happening in Crimea and Lugansk and Donetsk regions. In fact, what's been happening to these regions throughout all of these 9 years. There is already distinction between certain issues and understanding like children, deportation of children, militarization of children's education, deportation of the civil population, political prisoners. All of these points are being taken closer to the heart. More people understand how valuable human lives are, and these are the things that need to be addressed in the first place because all of this relates to life and health.
After 22, that became on our priority list, and issues related to culture, information policy, archaeological digs, the safety and security strategy for the state of Ukraine always caused for statements like, we have no funds, no resources, it's not the priority, it's counter-offensive, it's combating Russian military aggression, it's improving on our international cooperation. Of course, those issues should remain on the list of priorities. Humanitarian policy is among them, regardless of whether those people are under occupation or not. But the issues of culture and education are not that easy to be discussed right now. And I'm not talking about the discussions at the parliament only, but some of our international partners don't always recognize the context of things that are happening, what's exactly causing them discomfort as part of the cultural, educational, propaganda, brainwashing events. And it's tough to explain all that to people, because we recognize that it will have long-lasting consequences, and it's impossible to feel them in full force now. And unfortunately, the government is not treating them adequately. Defense, security, intelligence, and law enforcement bodies are doing quite well, but only in their line of duty. there should be additional efforts from the parliament in particular, but they stay deaf and blind to those problems which might bring tragic consequences in the future. And I'm talking about this, describing it as tragedy because unfortunately things are bleak right now, but we need to strive to improve them. Rebekin Alexandra, Youth Council under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 1/10, 1 out of 10 kids born in the temporarily occupied territories uh, are being documented as Ukrainian citizens. So, what should be done about this? And as a follow up, what should we do with the election law requirements for such kids? Well, whether the kids that are born in Crimea will get the citizenship of Ukraine, of course, there should be no separate procedure. They are citizens of Ukraine. Full stop. But how they should get the Ukrainian papers? Well, since 2016, through the courts of law, like all the census documents, the birth certificate, the death certificates, makes this whole procedure difficult, expensive, and slow. Because crossing administrative borders is impossible sometimes, leaving the temporarily occupied territories is difficult. Not that many people litigate, so most likely we won't know anything about 200,000 kids born in Crimea since the occupation. And this is one of the things that I mentioned. The bill number 9169. This bill has been reviewed by the relevant line committee unsuccessfully because this bill will allow to get birth, marriage, or death certificates outside of the judicial system, administratively. So many kids were born in 9 years' time, so many kids got married and gave birth to kids, so thus the name of that person would be different in Russian and Ukrainian spelling. Most of the people at the occupied territories get the Russian passports because this is the forced passportization policy of the aggressor country. You won't be able to live there without the Russian passport. No medical services, no other social guarantees, nothing. Getting the birth certificate at the temporarily occupied territory should involve the administrative procedure. Our parliament should not wait until post the occupation. The faster we pass this decision, the more time we'll have to train the right people from census officers, because the courts of law could identify nothing in such cases. They receive the occupational authorities document, and it's not a full-fledged court hearing. Only the review of the documents that are being filed, something that could be done administratively, reduce the workload on the courts of law. We have so many more census and administrative services centers, so we will be lobbying to pass this 9069 bill, which according to the NGOs will help to resolve in the future this problem of documenting the kids born at the occupied territories. Not only in their birth certificates, but in other paperwork as well. So the government should have the policy on those millions of documents, certificates, title, transfers, all that. Something that should guarantee your basic set of rights and freedoms. And your second question was about the elections. Elections are impossible without the register of voters, and it's not there. there is no updated register, at least, because there is no register of communities of Crimea. The occupiers don't have it. So, in addition to security issues, the free political campaigning, all this technically is possible only when you have the register of voters in place, which they don't. So our government should have a step-by-step plan how to reinstate and update those registers of voters. Of course, there will be military administrators existing for the interim period, then the civil military administration for the second interim period, and then finally the first elections. And when it would happen, well, it would depend on how well we deoccupy, how well we are able to follow the OECD guidelines, and how fast we update the register of voters so that we would at least give legitimate chance for the legitimate voters to vote. And our last question for this panel is this. Well, Ms. Podgirna was right in stating that cognitive deoccupation will depend on the dialogue between the mainland Ukrainians and those citizens of Ukraine who are still residing in Crimea. And there are Russians among them, Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians, and all the other nationalities. Sorry, not to mention all of them. So my question is to Ms. Attorney. What's your assessment of the state of matureness of the Ukrainians at the temporarily occupied territories? How mature are they to positively perceive this cognitive deoccupation? If you believe it's adequate, great. If you believe it's not, so then what do you believe needs to be corrected, updated, approved, streamlined, whatnot? So what do you believe we need to do to improve on the current mindset and mentality of our society to ensure positive way of talking with the occupied population? Thank you. I believe this is a beautiful question to conclude this particular panel discussion. So I will talk to you not as a civil servant, but from personal experience. I've been involved with Crimea from 2015 as an NGO person, now as a public servant. So the issue of reintegration is something that became important from the year 2015 at least. So what's the perception of Crimea now? After the full-fledged invasion, the understanding of Crimean challenges became more crystal clear because all those illegal apprehensions, tortures of people, and whatever happens at most of the occupied territories, that was exactly what was happening in Crimea already. So when we stated that that's what the occupation of Crimea was all about, first the disappearances of people, political prisoners, and then what happened in Kherson was exactly the copycat of what happened in Crimea before that. So when you advocate for integration legislation, when you claim that Russia already has the plan how it's doing this, it tested it in Crimea and then started scaling it up nationwide. I'll stay subjective here because we all live in a bubble, unfortunately, to a large extent. We're here because of Crimea. We all have our own expertise of what Crimea is all about. I test some of the issues on my friends and colleagues who are not that well versed in Crimea, and they have quite a normal understanding that passportization is a forced exercise, even though previously you remember the statements that were made before, namely whether it was voluntary or not, and how to differentiate and how to qualify certain deeds. Well, there's no more such arguments in place. Crimea is what we are comparing everything else against. All the newly occupied territories, they should be tested in terms of whether they went through the experience of what happened in Crimea already, because internally displaced persons, that's exactly what started back in 2014. Territorial communities understand what is expected of them. Social payments to those IDPs, employment opportunities, all that. So for me, I don't feel any gap, any abyss here. There are acute discussions, yes, on justice, on who was collaborating with the enemy or not. There will be some outstanding issues on the citizens of the Russian Federation, on the paperwork, because those almost 10 years people had to survive somehow. They sold their uh, real estate. I'm not talking here about stealing property, which happens as well, but there were other challenges in terms of the farms and whatnot. But right now, I don't feel this abyss, but this bitter experience of the occupation of Crimea and the transformation of the state policy that happened since 2015 until now allows to better understand the circumstances in which the citizens of Ukraine live under still. Hopefully, we'll make it happen. Is it the response to your question, at least partially?
I would like to add concerning communication, because overall we are speaking about different changes introduced in the governmental policies, various things revolving around that, but it's very important to communicate with the society and explain why it's happening one way, not another, why this decision is approved and the other one not. And the question is, who is it up to communicate these changes? Because the government, unfortunately, is not the best communicator, and most of the time it's not the best one. So it's always a matter of talking about how to communicate these most important decisions jointly, because not all of them are very simple to take. And from my perspective, these are not easy decisions to undertake. These are the decisions which are not to cause any resistance, and it's hard to communicate about that. In addition to having a set of different decisions and solutions taken, we have to exercise a particular communication strategy. How will we communicate to the society why this or that decision has been approved? Why is this the decision about the Russian citizens, not another one? So it seems to me that the society is mature and adult enough not to be imposed on and not to take decisions behind their backs and then just show it to them as a matter of factly, but communicate about that in different circles. Yeah, it's like the ripple effect when we do it with different circles within the society. So here, definitely, this will be helpful to the society because here we can talk at different levels. And in this context, we always offer to the government different communication products to ensure that this communication reaches the people which are trusted by the government, by the society, because these are civil society organizations. A lot has been changed by the war, but this trend still persists. It seems to me that talking about the dialogue with the residents in the occupied territory, in order to engage in this dialogue, it takes two. Two can play at that game. So it's hard to imagine this. There used to be small groups in which this dialogue continued for years. But I remember when we interacted with the residents of Crimea in small focus groups, and I remember how much those people that we communicated with, they didn't like us treating them as victims or survivors. And it was so weird to me because we would communicate to the government that it's necessary to take care of the people who have been affected, but not all of the people in the occupation will feel being victims or survivors. It's very difficult for us to measure what's happening in Crimea right now. We don't have the toolkit to measure the sentiments, for example, of the majority. We will not be able to conduct such a representative study. But we try to take the opinions of Crimeans on board. The decisions that, rather the solutions that we developed all the time with other governmental institutions, we always try to communicate it with the residents of Crimea. We get their feedbacks, and if the feedback doesn't coincide with our anticipations, we try to modify it. So the only question, which governmental entity will be busy dealing with this? The government needs to take a decision about that because it is its responsibility. Our common challenges we are faced with, keep facing, that we will have to resolve thanks to such discussions. So thank you very much for committing your time to this discussion. And now is the time for a coffee break. And after that, we will continue our work. Thank you. today we still have discussions going on connected with the topics which are supposed to be discussed at this third summit. So I'm happy to invite on the stage our moderator and panelists for the very important special event organized by the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center and Crimean Tatar people. The event, which is about ensuring the rights of Ukraine's indigenous peoples as the path to successful integration of Crimea in the context of the future Crimea, the important discussion that we have been looking forward to. And I'm inviting our panelists and our moderator, Andriy Kulikov, a renowned journalist, broadcaster, co-founder and chairman of the board of Hromadske Radio through 2023, if I'm not mistaken. I'm also inviting Mr. Rafat Chubarov, chairman of Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Oliver Loder, member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, from 2014 to 2016, chairman of the board of Uralic NGO, Suleiman Mamutov, member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and Iskander Bariev, chairman of the board of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center. Also, Iskander is the chair of the Working Group Restoration of the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples of Ukraine as the tool to deoccupation of Crimea. So, Mr. Andriy, the mic is in your hands. In such situation, you always think about where to start. As I was approaching the diplomatic academy, I didn't know how to start this moderation, and suddenly when I saw Princess Olga's monument, Saint Cyril and Methodius and Nestor, the chronicler at the monuments, I decided to myself, next time I have a tour of the Kiev for some of the people who come here as tourists, I would take them to this monument and say that this is the monument to Nuliman, or one of the Ukrainian Khans, or maybe even to Gaibay. So we shall see how the Ukrainian nation will decide about that. In the Ukrainian history, there are lots of contradictions. We have lots of riches and treasures that need to be exposed. And we Ukrainians, from tender age, have to grow up understanding that we on this land are not alone, that there are other indigenous nations and peoples residing in Ukraine without whom, I have heard not a single issue about Ukraine should be resolved without Ukraine, and not a single issue revolving around Crimea should be tackled without the involvement of the indigenous Ukrainian peoples, who, as it happens, for the most part reside in Crimea. But to continue this logic, not a single notion of issues about Ukraine must and should be resolved without the participation of the indigenous peoples, even if their habitat is bounded with Crimean borders or some other lands, which seemingly seems to be so small. So that's exactly what we are going to talk about, how to ensure the rights to indigenous people in Crimea as a path to successful reintegration of Crimea. And for a start, to have an idea concerning the sentiments and the statements, which are commonly referred to as messages that our panelists have come here to. Let's have a quick round of questions that I haven't warned about our panelists about. During 30 seconds, each of you, not in the order as you are seated or identified in our program, would you kindly share about something like my idea to a Crimean Tatar figure in Kiev? What needs to be done in order to visualize the presence of indigenous people in Ukraine and to make it happen in our capital city? Suleiman Mamutov, you're first. Your 30 seconds. Mr. Andriy, could you kindly specify your question? What do we have to do here in the capital city of Kiev in order to visualize, to have these landmarks, the monuments of the indigenous peoples and their presence in the historicity of Ukraine, so that here in the capital of Ukraine we know about that, we are mindful of that, and we don't commit this to oblivion? Thank you very much for this question. I would probably start with wide public discussions and changing textbooks on history. Thank you for your answer. Iskander, please. First off, because Kiev is the capital of Ukraine, I think first what it takes is to establish a memorial dedicated to the deportation of the Crimean Tatar people as victims of the genocide, because it's so aching, so close to Ukrainian people, because they're being deported and they have gone through the terrible genocide of the Great Famine or Holodomor. So that's something that needs to be done. And in 2024, we're going to mark the 80th anniversary. Oliver Loader, please.
Possibility to visualize the deportation of Crimean Tatars, maybe a monument or so. It certainly deserves to be a memorial to this genocide, really. And also maybe there is a way to somehow mark some historical Crimean Tatar figures or place names, for example, in the street names of Kiev, so that there's also some street-level toponyms.
Thank you. Rifat Shuvarov.
Rifat, please. Now I cannot remember accurately. I think it was about 2009. Just Google it. I was on the delegation of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, and the then president of Poland, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Komorowski. It was in Gdansk that we were to unveil the monument of a horse rider of the Rich Pospolita, the Tatar horse rider within the ranks of the Polish army. And at that time, at the unveiling ceremony, the Polish president said it is part of us who, together with the Poles, build the Polish state. I don't know in what form, but in Kiev, we definitely need to put up such a monument that would, on a daily basis, demonstrate it to everyone that we have not just coexisted as neighbors, but we have been building up each other during these centuries. Thank you very much indeed. I'm happy that when coming to this congregation, I was thinking about something that a lot of our participants have probably already shaped proper understanding about. And when I came into this hall, something that caught my eye is the distinction between how the title of the summit is formulated in English unless Ukrainian, because in English we can see the word summit and it says pre-day, which can be translated as the eve. And in Ukrainian is just without the summit, pre-day or eve, because in Ukrainian, the eve has another meaning. It's something which is the early break of the dawn. It's the very beginning of the day that sets the whole race to the whole day, the whole course. So today it's important to speak not only about something that will be unfolding tomorrow, but today we will be discussing about the day, the era, which is about to start in Ukraine when victory comes. We have highly authoritative speakers, and I cannot even call them speakers, but I have to. Previously, we planned to allow them to speak for 7 minutes because previously they had been announced to be 7, but right now because there are only 4, so you will have 8 minutes for your introductory remarks, because studying the audiences usually indicates that 8 minutes is the limit to human attention. But then, of course, you will have the second round. So for the introductory notes, in order to set the note and the tone to our today's discussion in this third panel, the first floor goes to the chairman of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Rifat Chubarov. But please use the microphone. Thanks a lot. During the previous panel, a lot of very important issues were discussed: security, human rights enforcement during reintegration of Crimea. We're going to speak about the rights of the indigenous people in Ukraine. Let me start by saying that liberation of Crimea and the stage of reintegration of Crimea have to be utilized for us to make for all of the conditions to start the recovery of the rights of the indigenous people, and in particular Crimean Tatar people in Ukraine, something that the government unfortunately managed to avoid during 23 years prior to the occupation of Crimea, since the moment of Ukraine's independence proclamation all the way to 2014. I do not exclude the possibility that at the final stage of the Russo-Ukrainian war, it will be a very complicated discussion for the future of the Crimea. I do not insist on arguing this, but still I do not exclude this possibility. The Ukrainian state will have to find all arguments, come up with all the arguments so that the whole world, even those who disagree with that, will come from the statement that this territory is a Ukrainian territory, not just because everything needs to be founded on the humanitarian law, the way that countries shape their borders, but also it's down to the point that in this territory there is a nation which has its own natural right to self-determination, just like any other nation on earth. And it's only the Ukrainian state nowadays that can argue something that not any other nation can argue if they want to exercise their forcible rights to own Crimea. This is the decision and the willpower demonstrated by the Crimean Tatar people. It's of utmost importance when talking about reintegration of Crimea, about the future of the Crimean Peninsula. It's important to connect it rather than disconnect it from the future of the Crimean Tatar people. So this is my first statement, my first point to make. The second point to make is the war, especially these final 1.5 years of this war, which commenced on February 24th, 2022. This war has introduced a lot of corrections to our mindset, the consciousness and awareness of the Ukrainian people. Quite a few people, even within Ukraine, consider that the special status of Crimea played in favor of the Russian aggression. The special status of Crimea alleviated, allayed such speedy annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. Autonomy as a term has become toxic in Ukraine. I'm not going to argue against the opinion or the right of the people to come from this understanding of this notion. However, I still appeal with them to think like this. If someone keeps insisting that the Crimean autonomy provoked the Russian attack and aggression against Ukraine, then it means that these people discard and reject other causes and reasons which are really paramount. It's the endeavor to destroy the Ukrainian nation and make sure that the successful Ukrainian nation is failed. So those who believe that Crimea will have to be transformed again into a Crimean region because autonomy poses a risk and potential for future endeavors for extremisms and separatism to arise, they have to think about true challenges for the contemporary independent Ukrainian state. This is my second point to make. And thirdly, indeed, in the world, there are quite a few examples when the presence within a state of some autonomous formations has to go through rather complicated stages of its own formative development. Nevertheless, we have to confess that the global experience is so vast. I mean, the successful handling of such and treatment of such issues, self-determination of people and nations without violating the existent country borders, because the right to self-determination is not only natural within certain limits, borders, and boundaries. This does not exclude the right to the existence of the independent state. You see, I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers in our midst can talk about that in a more granulated way. This right is called natural because it belongs to every nation, and then they are entitled to these rights. It cannot be denied. But everyone who lives in a state and who would like to exercise their right to self-determination, they are also right to speak about the form of self-determination, that nothing will threaten the state within which confines they exist as an indigenous nation. Therefore, international law promotes and supports these forms which do not violate and infringe on the integrity of the states within they exist. So the Crimean Tatars is the nation that during 342 years had their own statehood, 342 years of national statehood. The Crimean Tatars are the nation who want to find self-determination. They want to handle their fate on their own. They are realists in all areas, starting with building their capacity and all the way to the global trends and the role of the Ukrainian nation and statehood. They were able to find a very apt answer to the question what Crimea is to Ukraine and what Ukraine is for Crimea. We come from the fact that Ukraine for Crimea is the state which can guarantee the preservation and development of the Crimean Tatar people. We have found this answer, this reply ourselves, and therefore we say we want self-determination in such a form that this autonomy should be ensured and provided for.
Firstly, the inviolability of Ukrainian integrity. The autonomy that the Crimean Tatars claim should ensure this inviolability of the Ukrainian national borders. Secondly, the Crimean Tatars should have the right for self-determination. Thirdly, protecting human rights and the rights of the citizen, and the further sustainable growth of Crimea as part of Ukraine, because when we talk about reintegration of Crimea, it's all about discussing the future of indigenous and all the other peoples living in Crimea. And this discussion would be impossible unless we seriously discuss the rights of the Crimean Tatars for self-determination. This needs to be done together, and that would be the only way for successful reintegration of Crimea. Thank you. Since we are on the eve of the summit, hopefully we have stepped on this pathway. But a curious thing happens when we start talking about reintegration of Crimea. Truth of the matter is that Crimea was never fully integrated into Ukraine. So are we talking about reintegration or proper integration? Politically speaking, it's better to say reintegration, because then it's an illusion on returning to the state of play before. But in Mr. Rufatov's speech, we heard unequivocally that Crimea is Ukraine, but Ukraine is Crimea as well. That's what we need to acknowledge. The way we protect human rights in Crimea, that's how it's going to happen nationwide. Suleiman Mamutov from the UN Permanent Council. Your 8 minutes. Thank you, Andrew. Speaking about indigenous people in Ukraine and in particular Crimean Tatars, their relations with the Ukrainian state. It's worth mentioning a couple of interesting points. Mr. Rifat's speech we heard, and you probably heard this as well recently, this word autonomy becomes toxic in public discussions. It happens because people start using the tropes and terms that were part and parcel of the colonial policy of the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union, both at the territory of Ukraine and Crimea in particular. So this whole process of colonization of Ukraine, it roots in pseudo-moral protection by Russians of Ukrainians against whom? Turkish Tatar invasions. Again, this is an anti-scientific term to begin with. Not the invasions themselves, they did happen, but the way that they call them Turkish Tatar. And this imaginary protection of Ukraine prevailed in the discourse and in the discussion of why Russia always proved that the colonization has a sense. A classic colonization of Crimea was different than the colonization of the mainland Ukraine, but still, this whole false point of two brotherly nations where one protects another from Tatar hordes, well, it existed for quite a long time. Mr. Stap Regulenko, a famous historian who started this topic, is among us today. So if you look at the document dedicated to the of 1954 of Ukraine joining Russia, well, actually, 1654. Until 1991, and some experts might correct me, but still, to a large extent, the Ukrainian people could be qualified as indigenous people because this is the people that were colonized, but they were shaped at this land. They always strived for self-determination and finally achieved it, but paying quite a high price as we speak. And back to toxicity. It's not the classic story of colonization when, for instance, Denmark was invading Greenland or Portugal, the African states. No, it's a completely different story. Here we have two colonized people with their own post-colonial traumas, the Ukrainian people and the Crimean Tatars people, where any expression of their desire to self-determine their destiny on a broad range of issues is met with apprehension and fear, not by everyone, but by some parts of the society for sure. And under such conditions, and taking into consideration that the Ukrainians did survive the colonization and the genocide and finally gained independence, and finally, the law on indigenous people have been passed after a couple of dozens of years. So that's quite an achievement in and of itself. Because the decision was made despite of a massive propaganda campaign. You remember what the Russian political leaders claimed after we passed this law, especially Putler in his article published on the eve of the full-scale invasion. It has been treated as the defeat of the Russian Federation, that the Ukraine has accepted the existence of indigenous people, thus making this whole previous history only the history of colonization, divide and rule principle. Let's not forget about this, especially when we talk about the need to protect the rights of indigenous people, reinstating those rights to begin with. Well, what we need to acknowledge and recognize that we are in the same boat. So the protection of political rights should be enjoyed by everyone, us and them. And if the rights of the Crimean Tatars are protected in compliance with modern standards, will ensure the success of Crimean reintegration. Because without that, it's impossible to expect that Ukraine will be a country of high well-being. Thank you, Suleiman. And now let's hear the person who's being a representative of this UN Forum of Indigenous People, and now is the head of a very interesting organization, Uralic, that brings together people from the Ural language family, Oliver. So, Oliver, since you have a huge experience, including the experience of Estonia, on positive discrimination as the tool that could either help or be in the way of reintegration of Crimea, especially when we talk about the need to satisfy the rights of indigenous people. Positive discrimination, something that a lot of people are afraid of when they talk about the future of the future national territory of autonomous Crimea.
First of all, I wanted to say that it is actually a very significant fact that we have Suleiman here, and that Suleiman is the Crimean Tatar indigenous member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. This is for the first time in the approximately 30 years or so of the history of this UN mechanism that a Crimean Tatar indigenous representative is a member of it. Previously, the seat that Suleiman is now holding was always held by a Russian indigenous person. And today, there is no Russian member in the forum, which is a nice way to balance the forum and also allowing Suleiman to properly represent the interests of his people there. It is, in a way, historic, and I know that Suleiman is doing a very good job there. Now, coming back to moderator's question about positive discrimination. As somebody who is working in the human rights field, I am not thinking in terms of discrimination, positive or negative in this particular situation. I think the question, first and foremost, is about human rights. It is about what kind of rights do Crimean Tatars, as indigenous people of Crimea and hence indigenous people of Ukraine, have. Which rights do they hold? And the flip side of the coin, which duties does Ukraine as a state have towards Crimean Tatars? And actually, what I really wanted to talk about is why not only Ukraine, but why the international community should pay attention to Crimean Tatars and the way their rights, their human rights are respected or disrespected right now, but more importantly, why it is important that after Crimea is liberated, that the rights, the human rights, both individual and collective, of Crimean Tatars will be respected fully. I see here three broad reasons for this. One is just about human rights, really. Because Crimean Tatars are a people, because they are an indigenous people, they, in line with current international human rights law, have the right to self-determination and all the rights that somehow can be derived from that. Not only that, as we have heard, Ukraine has now, finally, after Crimea was occupied, but still, it has recognized Crimean Tatars as indigenous people of Ukraine. Ukraine has finally endorsed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So this means that Ukraine has a duty to make sure that the moment it controls the territory of Crimea, it will do everything it can to make sure that Crimean Tatars can exercise their right to self-determination in line with international human rights law. And I would add international norms and good practices, because not everything has been written in those declarations and conventions. There is a wide variety of ways how the right to self-determination of an indigenous people can be exercised. It always includes certain regional variations, but important thing is that the state recognizes this group, ethnic group, as a people, as indigenous people, and so on. And Ukraine does that right now, officially. So, from a human rights perspective, it is important to respect Crimean Tatars' right to self-determination. There's another reason, which I would call historic. Crimean Tatars are a very special indigenous people in the sense that their historical experience is particularly tragic, particularly hard. There is no way to really compare that to other groups, but everybody understands that this is an indigenous people who have undergone genocide. Some survivors of this genocide, I think, are still alive. So this is not some kind of distant history. This is also, you know, the world we live in. And this is yet another reason to take the right to self-determination of Crimean Tatars seriously. It is a kind of a moral duty, I would say, of the Ukrainian state and people. It is also even more a moral duty of the Russian Federation as a legal successor of the Soviet Union, the regime that committed this genocide. But as of today, of course, Russian Federation is very far from itself understanding that. So it, in a way, falls on Ukraine to also take this moral perspective. But thirdly, and this is an additional reason why I would say it's not just a matter of Ukraine, but also international community, why it is important that Ukraine gets it right in terms of respecting and securing the right to self-determination for Crimean Tatars. And that reason is geopolitical, because again, there is something very unique about Crimean Tatars in our wider region. Let's call it Eastern European region that includes also Russia and Ukraine and some other states. in the region. Crimean Tatars, as a result of decades of non-violent resistance, which is a well-known story also among in the human rights community in the Russian Federation and worldwide, they have developed their own institutions, like the system of Kurultai and Mejlis, their own democratic representative institutions, which work. Right now, of course, they are under major pressure, but they still exist. We have a chair of the Crimean Tatar representative body here, Mr. Refat Chubarov. No other indigenous people in this broader Eastern European region has developed this kind of representative institution that is democratic, that has clear leadership, and that works as best as it can. Doesn't mean that it has to be ideal or perfect, but it exists. Again, no indigenous people in Russia has even anything comparable to that, and they know it too, which means that whatever Crimean Tatars do, and also whatever the Ukrainian state does with respect to Crimean Tatars, for example, through legislation and policies and implementing those policies, this is noticed by indigenous people in Russia. It is noticed by the wider international community. If and when, after liberating Crimea, Ukraine, together in partnership with Crimean Tatars, find a nice, balanced, reasonable way how Crimean Tatars can exercise their right to self-determination, for example, through some kind of an autonomy. This can also inspire or impact in various ways the thinking of indigenous peoples of Russia. It almost certainly will make them realize even more the kind of prison that they live in this Russian Federation. It will make them want to decolonize their state and to also secure their own rights to self-determination even more. They will be looking up to Crimean Tatars and Ukraine. And therefore, if Ukraine truly wants to weaken this state called the Russian Federation, then making sure that Crimean Tatars' rights are respected, that their right to self-determination is respected, this is just one way, and one actually quite interesting way, how to accelerate this process. The process of Russia's decolonization and maybe eventually the demise of the state that, in my own personal humble view, does not deserve to exist.
Much. І тут важливо, до речі,
In this respect, it's worth remembering about the parallels that exist between Ukraine and the Crimean Tatars. The struggle for the independence, when we are told that Ukraine has obtained its independence, Ukraine has gained its independence. The same goes for the Ukrainian Tatars are not going to receive this independence. They're going to fight and struggle it, and they're fighting for it. And the heroic resistance to the Soviet occupation, tens of thousands of the Crimean Tatars who are fighting for each and every one of us, is not about getting, but it's about gaining independence. And now Iskander Bariev, the chair of the board of the Crimean Resource Center, a member of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, and the coordinator of the restoration of the rights of indigenous peoples of Ukraine group as a tool for the occupation of Crimea. By the way, when talking about the indigenous peoples, we have just been referring to Crimean Tatars, but there are so many more. And I know that Iskander Aga will also mention the others. You're welcome. Yes, it's true. I would like to mention the others too. Our brethren, representatives of indigenous nations and peoples, Krimchaks and some other ones have been planning to participate in today's event. But we understand that if we take Krimchaks, there are just 400 individuals representing them. And in the mainland Ukraine, there are some representatives of that group as well. But today, they haven't been able to join us for some family reasons. But they have delegated me with sending their greetings to you on behalf of Krimchaks. And we also have the chair of Jamaat, another Crimean organization, present with us here, which is actively operational. For many years, we have been collaborating. And they were very active in Melitopol. Right now, they're based in Europe. And the reason why they haven't been able to connect us today, Ms. Olena, because they were provided with the information that right now, being in Europe, they're trying to help the armed forces of Ukraine and Ukraine overall, volunteering for different issues. So they had to go on a business trip for some kind of reason. So on behalf of Olena and Karaims is another indigenous population group. So I would like to send their greetings to you. When talking about indigenous peoples of Ukraine, when mentioning the Crimean Tatars, we could get betting to Karaims and Krimchaks. And I would like to remind you that Mr. Andriy, our moderator, began by saying that the Crimean Tatar movement was struggling for bringing back the nations, indigenous nations of Crimea to Crimea after 50 years of forcible deportation from this land. So after their reversal to Crimea, Crimean Tatars began to speak very actively about Karaims and Krimchaks. They began to raise issues about them, being very vocal about them in the media in particular. And we continue talking about them and will keep talking and will keep doing so. Speaking overall about all of these issues, I very much enjoy the statement that I have heard today from Mr. Andriy, that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and nothing about Crimea without the Crimean Tatars, and so Karaims and Krimchaks. So when we say about the importance of formulating these statements, since the beginning of the occupation of Crimea in 2014, if you remember, the representative order of the Crimean people, Karaims and Krimchaks, unfortunately, don't have such representative bodies yet because they are not so numerous. But Crimean Tatars, just as Mr. Oliver has said, since 1991, we have been able to shape our representative or bodies such as Kurultai and Mejlis, and we demonstrated that clearly in 2014 when the new convention of Kurultai, the new convocation of Kurultai was elected, and this was direct election, and there were international representatives present, and some Ukrainian organization was present. The committee of the Ukrainian electors was present there, and they did recognize those elections to be transparent and open. Reverting to the beginning of occupation, my point is that the Crimean Tatar nation determined its position. The Mejlis of the Crimean Tatars reached out to the government of Ukraine, the parliament of Ukraine, and its appeal, it very clearly said that the whole Crimean nation, Tatar nation, is supporting of the sovereignty of Ukraine, is supporting of the Ukrainian nation, despite the fact that occupation was already taking place back then. It was extremely important. In response to this appeal, the Parliament of Ukraine guaranteed in its ruling the protection granted to the indigenous nations and recognition of Karaims and Krimchaks as indigenous people. And then we joined the UN Declaration about Indigenous Peoples, and the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people had been working on that since 1995, and the General Assembly of UN had approved this declaration long before. So it means that the Crimean Tatar people had been part of the international movement of indigenous peoples in struggle and ensuring the rights of indigenous peoples worldwide. And this declaration is also a product of Crimean Tatar Mejlis and the whole national movement of the Crimean Tatars. It's the end product of that. I very much enjoyed the statement made today that Crimea is Ukraine and Ukraine is Crimea is another statement identical to it or important statement to make. Why is that? Because when we say Ukraine is Crimea, we speak about the maturity of the Ukrainian nation, on which all of us are busy working. The consolidation of the Ukrainian nation, which is utterly important to us. And these factors are tried and tested, unfortunately, via the war, the death of our fellow countrymen in battlefields. And in this warfare, ethnical Ukrainians are actively engaged. Representatives of indigenous people and other ethnic minorities represented in Ukraine also actively participate. So right now we are truly creating our homogeneous Ukrainian nation, single Ukrainian nation. Then when we talk about this interplay and interaction, I would like to get back to another important statement about the informed consent of the indigenous nations. What do I mean? It's the norm in the declaration approved by the UN. This norm, thank goodness, is also present in the law about indigenous peoples in Ukraine. So when we talk about previously informed consent of the indigenous people, we are talking about what and how Ukraine will proceed. I mean, Ukraine as the government, as the state. In Crimea, when it requires previous informed consent of the indigenous people. So autonomy is a form for providing capabilities to preserve and maintain the territories which are so specific to Ukraine, because this is the cradle of these indigenous nations. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that right now, after the law on indigenous peoples was approved, since 2014, we had been speaking about the importance of that. What was the response of Putin, the Russian Federation, the parliament of the Duma of Russia? They made their statements. Diplomats of the Russian Federation had been sending letters to the diplomats in Europe and France in particular, demanding for this requirement in the EU to be repelled because it defies the requirement to stand up for the rights of the brotherly nation, something that the Russian Federation has been imposing on the Ukrainian people. So right now, this law is at another stage. It's important for Ukraine to approve bylaws to make sure that this law is operational, workable, and not just to be shelved somewhere. According to our calculations, 17 such bylaws have to be devised. There are only 2 in place, 2 approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. First is the procedure about the establishing the legal status of an indigenous people, and second, about consultations of such indigenous nations with the representative bodies. And there is a draft law of the next bylaw concerning reserving lands for the representatives of indigenous nations who are getting back to their native lands. So here we have to work very actively along these lines. Now the next stage is to establish the legal status of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. And we very much hope that in September, this will be, by the way, the end of the deadline, we need to ensure that everything will be in compliance with the legislation of Ukraine. So we are anticipating that this status will be eventually granted, and whereby we will be able to ensure that it will not be just paying lip service when some state officials will say, I know a representative of the Crimean Tatars in the governmental structures. Oh, I know these politicians sometimes have friendly banters together in order to resolve Crimean Tatar issues. No, we are a law-based state. And all these things have to be regulated at the legislative level, enshrined in laws and bylaws. And then we will truly demonstrate that Ukraine is not an aggressor or an occupier. Ukraine is not trying to assimilate some peoples or nations, but on the contrary, it's a liberator. It's a law-based European democratic state. And once again, we are getting back to the statement that Ukraine is about Crimea. And Ukraine, in this respect, can serve a role model to multiple countries in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iskandar Aga. I have repeatedly remarked that when a member of Majlis says, "We hope, we expect," in fact, he means we are working hard. We are endeavoring to achieve that, because without your work, without Majlis's operations, we can still anticipate forever and ever, but our obligation is to listen to you and hear you. Now, I'm going to engage another very important man, whose name is Petro, with the microphone. So the members of the audience, now we have the Q&A session. You can turn your questions to all of our panelists, especially to Suleiman Mahmutov, who in 7 minutes will have to leave us. So if you have any questions to Suleiman, you're welcome. But the microphone will remain in Petro's hands. The question goes to all panelists. It's the third summit, and clearly there is already a generation of Crimeans, and in my view, these are the people who have not been residing in the territory of Crimea, who will participate in the liberation of Crimea, contributing to its liberation, who will be involved in its reintegration, and who will afterwards develop Crimea, as well as those who preserve the cultural heritage of the indigenous people and contribute to the making of the contemporary cultural products. So you, as the panelists, members of this discussion, do you agree that this generation is already there, it's functional? And probably we need to identify it also in the respective summit documents. Yes, thank you. Could you introduce yourself, please? Let this man who has just asked his question introduce himself. Oleg Oluskov, Journalists Against Corruption. Suleiman, would you kindly start? Thank you for your comment and question. I suppose it just stands to logic, and the answer is yes, probably now it's the due time for us to write about that in the respective documents. It seems to me that the question or the issue of restoring the Ukrainian statehood in Crimea, not only legally, but in actual fact, was raised long before the Crimean Platform was established. And the Crimean Platform became the output of these multiple people's activities, the people who strive for the Crimea's liberation. Thank you. Rifat Aga, please. At the moment, you know, the cadre reserve is being shaped in the mainland Ukraine by the government of Ukraine. We have been participating in the developments of the methodologies and questionnaires which are exactly to do with that. But my point is, if someone thinks that all who will be reintegrating Crimea will come from mainland Ukraine and oust and push aside all those who live in Crimea and do all of this work for them and instead of them during this adaptation period, they are very much mistaken. I keep repeating that in Crimea there are hundreds of thousands of people who remain committed and loyal to the Ukrainian state. They are anticipating the liberation, and therefore it will be natural to enjoy the symbiosis of the human resources will come from the mainland Ukraine and merge with the people who will be enrolled from the midst of the Ukrainians who are being occupied right now. This is point one. Secondly, our moderator, Mr. Andriy, has already raised this. We have a highly ramified system of local governments, self-governments, and the system with the adoption of the law on indigenous peoples is introduced in the legal paradigm of Ukraine, and clearly we are beginning to think about how we'll involve our structure. We are eagerly awaiting the making of the conditions when we'll be able to hold elections for the local self-government bodies, when we elect the new delegations to Kurultai, and they will elect Majlis, and we have no doubt that the overwhelming majority of these people will be young and very well-equipped people with perfect education, being able to speak 3, 4, maybe even 5 foreign languages. So that's exactly what we are eagerly looking forward to. Thank you very much, Iskandar Aga. Concerning this generation you mentioned, it's an arguable point. I would like to speak about a few categories. One being it's the generation which was being shaped during the independence of Ukraine, in the Ukrainian Crimea during 23 years. And when I was studying the census dating back to 2021, I very much wanted to see the results of census 2011 to trace the dynamic of this process. But I have another study that clearly testified to young people supporting the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And when occupation of Crimea began in 2014, there were even conflicts in families between the representatives of older and younger generations. And unfortunately, 9 years of occupation are highly impactful. And the generation which is pro-Ukrainian remaining there, and part of that go into mainland Ukraine, will definitely prove very helpful and useful as we begin to reintegrate Crimea. However, another generation that has grown up under the occupation propaganda, this is the one that poses a problem, something that we will have to work on. We'll have to work very actively on that. Let me draw your attention to another category. This is the generation on the mainland Ukraine. Starting with 2014, this generation in 9 years has drastically changed because the Ukrainian society began to treat the Crimean Tatars differently. Every fifth Ukrainian, if you ask them, they will say that this is the Crimean Tatar flag. So the recognition, the visibility of the indigenous people in the Crimean Tatars is so high, and it was revolutionary to approve the law about the Crimean Tatars in Ukraine. More people in the Ukrainian society begin to understand and perceive more of this indigenous nation. So right now we are under the we are in a situation that allows us to consolidate even more in order to look forward to the future and see our common future.
Нашу державу, демократичну правову державу, в якої будуть захищені права корінних народів і будуть гарантовані, і буде, скажімо, повага до української мови, до українських там пісень, до української етнічної ідентичності. І це дуже важливо. Дякую.
Дуже дякую. Сулейману Махмутову вже треба йти. І я прошу перед тим, як ти підеш, 30 секунд підбиття підсумків. Що нового ти почув?
Drawing up the conclusions, what you have heard, or probably you did not in those 30 seconds. Andrew, your questions are the toughest. All the respected speakers of this panel, I stay in touch with them outside of this panel, and thus I didn't hear anything brand new, but each such discussion allows to systematize and put on the right shelves everything that chaotically exists in your head. We all know about such topics as colonization and indigenous people and all that, but it's important to hold and to acknowledge what's going on, what's the status quo in such discussions, allow this temperature taking. Let's thank Mr. Suleiman. You need to run. Thank you once again. Any more questions? The lady, the gentleman, and then another lady. Do you have the question to everyone? Reintegration of Crimea NGO. I would like to learn more about the expected decision of the Ukrainian government to protect self-determination of Crimean people? How would it will help to protect Crimean Tatars now? Well, any takers? Rafataga, Iskandera? Well, speaking about legal framework, Medjulis is a representative body. It should be in the legal framework of the Ukrainian current domestic legislation. And then, and only then, we will expect bylaws that should follow from this law on the indigenous people. We believe about 10 laws of Ukraine need to be amended to make it happen. So when we talk about reintegration, we are basically discussing what this representative body will be doing as part of the reintegration effort. Public governance, healthcare, justice, all that. So initially, when military administrations are going to be established in Crimea, and we recognize that not many people from mainland Ukraine will be ready to go to Crimea and make it all happen, because you have to learn the specificities of Crimea. Remember the experience after the Orange Revolution of 2004. So what we offer now is that Medjulis system at the federal and regional level would be auxiliary units to help the future military administrations to perform their reintegration duties at the very beginning, which will be the toughest period of all. And then, and only then, we'll identify what would be the proper form of self-determination, like national territory autonomy, probably, which will protect the rights of indigenous people. One way or another, quantitatively speaking, both indigenous people and Ukrainians will be in minority for quite a while. So our job is to ensure that there will be proper protection of the rights of indigenous people, not only Crimean Tatars, but Ukrainians first and foremost, because we need to give the guarantees when the local decisions, the decisions at the grassroots level, are made with the indigenous people's rights in mind. Only then we can oppose any efforts of the fifth column, which will be quite operational in Crimea for quite a while after the victory. Well, let me add something so that you would not feel erroneously that the implementation of the law of the indigenous people started this whole effort. No, that's not fair for Ukraine. Actually, it all started back at the time when Kuchma was the president. That's where, in light of the absence of the law on indigenous people, the authority, under quite a pressure, we need to acknowledge that, but still, even under pressure, that government tried, what was that, 1999. At that time, President Kuchma issued the order that established the Council of Representatives of the Crimean Tatars people under the President of Ukraine. So this institute has been established to ensure consultations with Medjulis. But only selected members of Medjulis were included on this council. It was not written anywhere, it was just an oral agreement. which stayed valid in the times of other presidents as well, including the current one. Various forms of cooperation when the members of Majlis are involved in drafting those programs that will deal with the deoccupation of Crimea, the everyday life of Crimean Tatars, and all the everyday aspects of the quality of life of indigenous people. So, back to your question, it's all about a systematic approach and the joint responsibility for what's being done in synergy. People will talk to representative institution elected by all of the Crimean Tatar. I'm Zlata Tabachna, the third year of International Relations faculty of the Kyiv University. Thank you for sharing your opinions with us, and thank you for Mr. Bariev for mentioning Karaims and Krimchaks as other two indigenous people. It's a rhetorical question. Do you believe that their traditions, their cooking habits, and their lifestyle should be respected in Ukraine? Even though there are things that nobody remembers, like killing 18,000 Crimean Jews and Krimchaks in 1941 in the vicinity of Simferopol. Other communities in Lutsk, Lviv, Kharkiv, only the names of the streets remain from those communities and some buildings. But the Crimean Kanassa in Lviv and Lutsk were destroyed by the Soviet regime. So what methods of respecting Krimchak Kaali that are non-existent in Crimea right now? So which of them would be most successful when we reintegrate Crimea? Well, first of all, obviously that's the question to me. So let me draw attention to the fact that it's the right of those people themselves to identify and determine what needs to be done. Krimchaks and Crimean Tatars, even before the occupation of Crimea, we talked to those people, their representatives in Crimea, directly in Crimea. Every time we conduct the celebrations dedicated to the Day of Indigenous People and such, we shared opinions and the Majlis of Crimean Tatars constantly claim that we need to support other two indigenous people, of course. Now, as to the way they will preserve their identity and their cultural heritage, well, that's an issue that is important for us as well, because this is the cultural heritage of Crimea at large, one way of looking at it. So you have reminded us about some historical dates, but the attitude towards Krimchaks and Karaims started from the Russian Empire times, when there was the mint of the Crimean Khan, or Jafir Zihamet, the member of the first Kurultai, who was asking for the meeting with Hitler, trying to tell to him that Karaims have no direct link to Judaism. He proved that, and that's where Karaims stopped to be killed in masses in Crimea. Or another example, when Krimchaks and Crimean Jews were hiding in the households of Crimean Tatars, learning how to say prayers. And there's a movie, The Wrong Prayer. That's not a make-believe plot. That's what was happening. Karaims. We have 12, 100, 200 of them, and Krimchaks, 400 of them only. So the third indigenous people, Crimean Tatars, should make sure that those other two should be vocal, and we conduct such advocacy campaigns where we talk about Krimchaks and Karaims. We vocalize their problems. We keep studying their history and will supporting them, because that's the task not only for us but for Ukraine at large. By the way, in the last 10 years, 2 indigenous people died off in Russia, and 10 more people are under the threat of extinction, while the job of Ukraine and of the Crimean Tatars in particular is to protect the Karaims and the Krimchaks as 2 more indigenous people of Crimea. Thank you. Oliver Lode will have to leave us soon, by the way. So if you have any questions to him, start now. Well, here you go. I'm from the Kyiv School of Economy, and it's not a question, it's a request, basically. Well, first of all, let me thank the panel participants, especially the leaders of the Crimean Tatar people, for your sincere and candid formulation of what would Crimea look like post-victory, namely territorial autonomy. It's extremely important for us to support and maintain the sincere dialogue, because a dialogue is all about mutual respect. Now, professionally, I'm a historian. That's why, let me remind you, whoever controls the past controls the future. So both Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars have to sincerely decide and resolve the issues of the joint historical past, wherever we can identify what divided us, which is a lot, but what joined us and united us together, which is also a lot. It will take a couple of weeks for me to go through all of my lectures, but 3 key words. Even though the Ukrainians of all the Turk language people in the steppes of Ukraine, which were called Palovetsky Field, in Kipchak name, but now it's called by Ukrainian name steppe. But still, unlike other colonists, they learned from those who lived at that territory. 3 examples, brief. All of the participants sitting here, even the one who left, sit wearing trousers. The word in Ukrainian trousers comes from the Turk language. Another word that you cannot imagine Ukraine without, that has been mentioned even in our anthem, the Cossack kin. A Cossack, that's the Turkish word. And the third word that identifies the turn in the history of modern Ukraine, Maidan, the square, town square. Well, again, from Turkish language. We learned from Crimean Tatars. Professor Britzak, one of my teachers, said, Ukrainian Kazakhs are the parents of the Ukrainian nation. So this is the lesson from the past that we need not only to discuss, but to learn what are the painful issues remaining. And only the mutual respect of each other's position would allow us to build the dialogue for the future. And then the motto, Crimea is Ukraine, or vice versa, Ukraine is Crimea, will become meaningful. Thanks a lot. And I would ask Oliver to comment on this, especially in the part, whoever controls the past controls the future, the experience of Estonia and Ural language people.
I have to agree with Suleiman that your questions are tough ones. Well, the experience of Estonians, maybe what I can say is this, that Estonians are one of the more than 20 Uralic or Finno-Ugric peoples. We consider ourselves kindred peoples with, for example, the Udmurts and Maris and Komis and Karelians, who are indigenous peoples of Russia. And the reason is precisely history. It's history that goes back thousands of years, when the ancestors of our peoples, then they were more like tribes, started migrating from somewhere around the Ural Mountains towards the west, ending up in different parts of Eurasia, really. And I would say that for Estonian ethnic identity, it is very important to be not just Estonians, but also Finno-Ugrians, knowing that we have these kindred peoples scattered across Eurasia, many of whom are in much worse shape than we are. I think it gives us a particular meaning and, some would say a mission to do all we can to support them. This kind of kindredness is based on historical language and partly also cultural roots. But I think this solidarity between peoples is very important, and it makes us as a Estonian people, I think, a little bit like bigger than we otherwise. There are just 1 million of us. So to bring it to the Ukrainian context, maybe there is indeed great value in this kind of a sense of solidarity between the ethnic Ukrainians and the Crimean Tatars and the Krimchaks and Karaites, and I mean there are so many other ethnic groups in Ukraine as well, to really feel and think about each other as in some ways kindred peoples. Maybe the basis for the kindredness is a bit different than for us Estonians, which is based on language mostly, but here there's a common land, a common state, partly common history. I think any kind of solidarity between peoples is a very positive force in this world. I also want to thank you all, and maybe, if I may, on a personal level, just thank Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, Crimean Tatars, for putting up this fight against the aggressor, the Russian Federation. In Estonia, we admire you. We support you as much as we can. You are also defending our freedom. And eventually we will prevail. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Glory to its heroes. Unless anyone knows, Estonia, according to statistics, is a country which the largest share of its GDP in comparison to other nations contributes to the victory of Ukraine. And from my personal perspective, the English word resilience, which is quite often used in Ukraine nowadays. I picked it up from Estonians when we spoke with them in English because we didn't want to speak another language, meaning Russian, and we couldn't speak any local languages. Rafat Agayov, welcome. Well, I wanted to follow up on what Oliver has just said, although he has already left. As a follow-up to what he has just said concerning our brethren, Karaims and Krimchaks. Perhaps I will say what comes from my heart. If you like it, if you like to argue it scientifically, you're welcome. People die. It's as plain and simple as that, you know it. But nations also become extinct. The number of Karaims and Krimchaks, as a result of the tragedies that they have survived, is highly threatening for their further existence. The same goes for the Crimean Tatars. There's still a very imminent danger to their existence. So everything that we do in this regard makes us understand how little time we have on our hands. Probably all of you know about it, but nevertheless, if the Crimean Tatars happen to set here, we Karaims and Krimchaks are part of one unit. We are not particularly different in terms of our looks. We even speak the same, nearly the same language. They're very, very much related. And if the Crimean Tatars preserve their language, Karaims and Krimchaks will preserve that too. Even our social life is very similar, nearly identical. And if you take different guidelines concerning the national cuisines of our three nations, you will be easily confused and confounded. Maybe the names will be slightly different, but primarily they're identical. Take music, clothing. Because we were created in the same territory. We are different only in terms of our religion, because Krimchaks, Karaims are Jewish, and Krimchaks also have the elements of that. So the destruction of Krimchaks and Karaims began when that order, which had been established centuries ago, was disrupted by the Russian expansion and the annexation of Crimea, the first annexation in 1783. The Crimean Tatars, as a more multiple people, was not mono-ethnic. It was nearly mono-ethnic as a people. Prior to that, there had been deportations of other minorities like Roma representatives. So I just wanted to say that when nations and peoples naturally develop in adjacent territories, they have so much to share, so much common ground that one becomes an extension of another one. It's the same about Krimchaks and Karaims as an extension of the Crimean Tatars. Iskander mentioned one of the most dreadful tyrants of the 20th century, Hitler. But life goes on, so let us try to assess it from the perspective of the time we have that they lived in. We have Chingene. These are Crimean Tatar Roma residents. But Germans during Nazi occupation tried to annihilate them altogether. And the Muslim committee that had been sentenced and destroyed by the KGB or NKVD tried to protect these engineers to the best of their ability. They said, look at us. They look exactly like us. They even speak the same language, although they have their own language to speak. So they rescued them. The same happened to Karaims. Karaims were rescued just like that because everyone stood up to protect them. But with Krimchaks, of course, we failed. What you mentioned, the 12th kilometer of Theodosia Highway, I may confuse some numbers. Several times I participated in their commemoration services, which are held annually. This is Theodosia Highway, not far from Simferopol, Bilogirska Road, where they executed hundreds of Krimchaks by annihilation squads. There were a lot of acts of vandalism for years and years. And Voznesensky, the Soviet poet, at one point when he visited Crimea, I knew these people. Tkachenko, a member of Russian club who hailed from the Krimchaks. He was a Crimean poet. Before that, he had been a football player, very complicated story. But his father was Krimchaks. He only knew one local word, alike. What does it mean? Hustle and bustle. And he would tell me one time when Voznesensky and Yevtushenko, the Soviet renowned poets, came to Crimea, and they came up with some verses, and they began to undertake some measures to prevent those acts of vandalism in that locality. Why am I mentioning this? The Ukrainian state, unfortunately, I have got off the track, but anyway, the Ukrainian state right now has a unique opportunity. I'm not speaking just to be liked and to handle a particular Tatar, Crimean Tatar issue. No, our government right now has a unique opportunity by virtue of preserving a huge Ukrainian ethnic nation from our standpoint. Dozens of millions of people, it's something cosmic in its scale. But even over dozens of millions of people, they may be endangered unless there are some instruments, something that Russia is to prevent that, something that Russia is endeavoring to do. So right now, Ukraine has a unique chance to rescue indigenous people. So this is what I wanted to say in answer to your question. If I may, I would like to comment on your comment. So who disconnects us, or what disconnects us? I mean, the Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. What disconnects us is the same enemy, the foe, who has been doing that for centuries. That's Russia. So when we were together, we were victorious over Russia. When we were together, we were developing. But there were wedges driven in our midst. Then titles, historical names were changed. Then histories were amended. And the historicity, which is familiar to Ukrainians or Crimean Tatars for the most part, to a greater extent, this is the history written back in the Tsarist Russian times and rewritten in the Soviet historic studies. So right now the mission, the great mission, which is incumbent on Ukrainian historians. We are not that many, 300,000 as Crimean Tatars. So it's vitally important that we draw sources from Turkey, European sources, because not every Ukrainian knows Kavarada. What stock does he have? He's a great Ukrainian philosopher, but not everyone knows that he had Crimean Tatars in his kin. Or the first Ukrainian who developed constitution, Piliporlik. They know his name, but who was his wife and where was he educated? A lot of Ukrainians don't know about that. And such examples are numerous. When there was this interconnection, it was great. Besides, today we have been speaking about autonomy. In Ukrainian historiography, we do not come across that. How the Cossack siege came out to be. This was the autonomy which was fostered by the Crimean Khans in order to maintain the Ukrainian Cossacks. So this is a historic answer to all of these questions. Therefore, we have to look forward to the future and see what we need to do in order to be more consolidated, what needs to be done for us to be more resistant to external challenges exerted against us, what needs to be done to ensure internal understanding in our midst. Just like you said, multiple examples and illustrations can serve the purpose and help Ukrainians. And in our information awareness campaigns, we are trying to speak about that in order to bust the myths and ruin the stereotypes that stem from the years of occupation decades ago or centuries ago when they tried to annihilate us. Any more questions? You decided to deny, to reject your question, okay. Rabakinya Alexandra, the Youth Council at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. My question, you have quietly breached to it when we speak about education in schools in particular. I learned about Crimean Tatars not from my schooling education, but from the initiatives raised by different CSOs. Right now, they're speaking more about the Crimean Tatars in the society, but other indigenous nations, we don't get to hear about anything in the schooling programs, even at university levels. Only perhaps historians get to study those. So the question is, are there any special task forces or working groups, maybe at the Ministry of Education and Science, maybe at some committees, line committees in the parliament, who develop such policies to highlight the history of such indigenous people? Maybe as Crimean Tatars, you are involved in such task forces. Do you know anything about that? Well, in a nutshell, over the last years, I can list or name, I can name a textbook targeting children. It's for school children. The history of Crimea and the Crimean Tatar people, where the history of Crimea is highlighted pretty accessibly. It speaks there about Karayims and Krimchaks. This book was written at the order of time. A group of researchers or authors, Gulnar Bekirov, he's a historian, Andriy Ivanets, Yulia Tishchenko, researcher, Bekir Ablayev, Serhiy Romenko, very important indeed. So they endeavored to write it in a very accessible way to the general population. And I was at one of such meetings when they said we need to start work with young people, with children. But such highly integrated programs at universities, tertiary, secondary schools, with reference to Crimean Tatar history, as far as I know, there's nothing. I may be mistaken. It's all a matter of time. What's happening these days? Maybe I keep repeating it over and over again. I very much fear that this phenomenon that we are witnessing right now, the establishment of the political Ukrainian nation, this war is crystallizing it. The Ukrainian political nation is being crystallized. So it's vitally important to consolidate this phenomenon at the school level, secondary and tertiary levels. That this community forged during the war as a political unity should be nurtured with in-depth knowledge about its own history, about those who have always been flanking the core nation. Also, in response to your question, I get back to the law on the indigenous peoples. It's not a mantra, of course. It's the toolkit, legal toolkit, which enables us to work along different parameters and dimensions in education, in information, land resources, elsewhere, in the representation of indigenous nations in local, municipal, executive authorities. So any official or civil servant, unless he is posed with the task, will not start doing something. But if there is a law and respective bylaws obliging a civil servant or an official to focus their attention on something like the issues of the indigenous nations and the history of indigenous nations in Ukraine, including how to integrate them. I'm not talking about rewriting history about the Crimean Tatars, but we are arguing the point the history needs to be presented objectively. There were a lot of conflicts between Ukrainians and Tatars, it's true, but there were a lot of positive times and actions when we were victorious together, when we were invited to go and we were told that Ichnya are representatives of Crimean Tatars and Konitsa. Oh, the horse riders had to drink. The horse riders had their horses and they had to drink water. And this name of the village, Ichnya, hails from the Crimean Tatar word ich, which means to drink. So we need to consolidate the legal status of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Everything needs to happen within the legal paradigm of Ukraine. And any official talk to, you can say to them, unless you know what to do it in line with the law, because we are building a law-based state. Therefore, it's necessary to implement this law fully to help handle all of these matters. That's all, period. Thank you very much indeed. Next question. And unless you give me any sign that you want to have some other additional question posed, I think we will wrap up at that. So the last question. Honor Zhitsky, a member of the Youth Council at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My question is short. Considering that in the society there are frequent stereotypes concerning the people from temporarily occupied territories, is there a probability that after Crimea is reclaimed from occupation, there may appear subconscious rejection by Ukrainians of the people who will come from the temporarily occupied territories, and how can we bust these stereotypes in the mentality of the people when they emerge, and what should the synergy of Ukrainian and indigenous people of Crimea have to be based on after we reclaim Crimea? Thank you.
Any takers? Rafataga? Well, quite a curious question indeed. You said not acceptance of residents of temporarily occupied territories by mainland Ukrainians. Well, how about this? Not accepting Ukrainians by the residents of temporarily occupied territories. Because Crimea, that's 2.5 million people, which were residents of Crimea at the time of the occupation. According to the research I have historically, 2007, 9, 11, and 13, the number of supporters of Ukraine kept increasing. That was the trend. But nobody will allow us to evict people from Crimea. What should we do then? Those who might qualify as the fifth column should be thrown out. And legislatively, that's what we need to do when the military administration is established in the deoccupied Crimea. There should be a mechanism or a tool for all those Russians to leave Crimea and move to mainland Russia. We all hear such term recently as cognitive reintegration. Something that I would ask all of us to reflect in terms of the bigger question. What is Ukrainization is all about? The process of Ukrainization is not assimilation. It's not the violation of human rights. While Ukrainization stands for freedom, human rights, respect to the Ukrainian language as the state language, respect to the Ukrainian people as the title nation. Ukrainization is the belief in the brighter future and the further evolution of the state. So that's what we need to fine-tune to make sure that anyone who was under the Russian propaganda over the last 9 years, I'm talking about the residents of Crimea, is that Ukrainization is all about freedom, and when Ukraine controls those territories, that will bring brighter future to everyone, the ability to develop and evolve for everyone, and that's what we need to focus on. At the previous panel, there was lots of discussions about those ways that would allow us to alleviate the apprehensions that you just mentioned. And I personally do not believe that there will be some long-lasting misunderstandings, but that's all about the state. The state has to be honest, especially when we talk about reintegration of occupied territories. And these are the trends. I attend the meetings where people discuss various projects, and some of them want to do the saber rattling, so to speak, and even their recent experience of living in the Soviet Union and then the proclamation of the independence of the Ukrainian state. Somehow, people are not making conclusions for some reason. But then again, the state here plays a special role, namely, to avoid the accusations of the residents of the occupied territories in all of the hardships that the country faced because of the occupation, ruinations, war, all that. We need to have a candid and frank and honest discussion, and the country is capable of doing that. But then there's another approach, or a second opinion of medical treatment, so to speak. Let me quote a couple of sentences from a research paper. And once again, you will be able to be convinced, like I did, that you need to keep learning about yourself constantly, systematically. Not a single region of Ukraine calls for so many questions about the history in its place in the history of Ukraine is Crimea. Crimea is a big diamond unprocessed. It's tough to touch it because otherwise it will roll back to the former owners. But why not touch it? Should we just guard that stone? And all those 50 years of Crimea becoming part of the USSR proves to be a very valid reason why it's up to the Ukrainians to form the history background of the Crimeans. This is the quote from the work of 2006. Mr. Alexander Helenko over there. See, he is among us. He is right with us, right here. And almost 20 years passed, and we haven't delivered on those concerns of the scientists. Well, finally, we can make something good of the Crimea as the place of the Crimeans. That's the author of those words, and let's applaud him for that. The guy in the green shirt. Colleagues, lots of thoughts. And one of them that keeps rolling in my mind. Nothing, nobody, always. These are the terms that are about our own personal perception. So thank you for reminding us about the history of Ukrainian steppes, which reminded me about the list that I have received from my good friend of mine from Canada. Lots of indigenous people living in Canada, as you well know, who are not enjoying the most attractive lifestyle in the country that seems to be of a democratic ilk. So this letter finalizes with this. The university located at the territories of the 4 local tribes, and then it adds, this is the land of many other indigenous people, which we identify as the modern guardians of this land, who are making vital input to the well-being of our society. So there are various ways of respecting and giving their due to the indigenous people. By the way, the dictionary says indigenous people are the ones that lived here constantly for a while. Constantly. Not only in terms of time, as memory has it, but who are consistent in their convictions, positions, and commitments. When Mr. Jabarov says only Ukrainian state could save the indigenous people of Crimea, well, that means that only the indigenous people can save Ukraine. By extension, in cooperation with all of us. And this brings to all of us the understanding that when Mr. Matov mentioned the name of Uruti, well, not only 3 indigenous people that we have in Crimea, because Uruti, which in the end of the 18th century were evicted from that place, claiming that thus they will be saved from the persecution of Turkey, but they are of a Turkish language heritage. In Mangusi, in Old Yalta, and in other places around Mariupol, their folk song is Ey Güzel Karim. Sometimes you won't even learn which dialect this song is sang in. So the desire to learn one another is exactly what we spend the whole day for. Before we start thanking the participants of the discussion, I would like to thank Petro and all of our sound and technical team. Petro and your team. Next, my always joke as in the form of the question: who speaks the most during those fora? Simultaneous interpreters. They talk the most. We don't see them, but without them we won't be able to hear anything. And today, these are Lena Shapovalenko and Dmitro Kopolov. And obviously all of the organizers of this event, great thanks to you guys. And we are grateful to you for your sincerity, for sharing your opinions, risking that you'll be treated adversely because even the least innocent experiment might cause tremendous outbursts of emotions. But that's a nice thing to learn what we're going to be facing. And that's what we're going to be facing. That's just summit pre-day. And pre-day is just the dawn of the new day of Ukraine. Thanks a lot. Shalmo, right? In Rafet Aga, Iskandar Aga, and Suleiman Bey. So thank you, and colleagues, all the best to you. Thanks, esteemed colleagues, discussion participants, those who stayed with us online. So the pre-day for the third summit is over, but we can continue informal talks. This day has been arranged by the Crimea Platform Expert Network, so thank you for supporting this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Majlis of Crimean Tatar People, Crimean Tatar Resource Center, the Center of Defense Strategies, the Crimean Human Rights Center, Media Center of Ukraine, and Diplomatic Academy, our host today. And joining the words of thanks of Andriy, our technical team is Karental. Thank you, guys. That's not the first time that we work with you. You are now as good an expert on the Crimean issues, thanks to the interpreters and thanks to polygraphic company to print all the bureaus around you. All this was printed by them, and we have photo zone to visualize our goal, our aim of getting back to Crimea. Take those pictures, please, here. But first of all, we would like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine. Thanks to them, we were able to conduct this event today. Yet another day of life in the free and independent Ukraine. Glory to the heroes and glory to Ukraine. Friends, we continue our informal discussion on 1.5 floor. We have the reception organized by the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So in between the stairs, you'll see the directions